So I'd like to welcome everybody to the tour today. This is our 20th annual Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour. It's our fifth online tour. It's the third time we've added a Green Home Features showcase component to the program. My name is Kathy Kramer. I'm your tour coordinator and I'll be your host for the program. And we're so happy you can join us. As people are registering and getting settled, I'd like to begin by thanking the team that has made this event possible. First, my husband, Mike. Oh, it's going to be very small, but there's Mike coming barely into the screen. You probably see him drifting in and out of my screen today as he helps me with my IT issues. Jessica Dickinson Goodman. Good morning, Jessica. How are you?
I'm doing pretty well. How are you doing this morning, Kathy?
Good, thank you. So Jessica is actually joining us from Dallas, Texas, where she and her family are there to see the eclipse, and she looked hard for Airbnb with great internet service. So thank you for thinking so thoughtfully of the tour. And Jessica, as you may have heard, is our Zoom Czarina. She's been our Zoom Czarina since 2021, and we're very fortunate to have her help. And Jessica gardens at a 2-acre community edible and native plant garden in South San Jose, which has been featured on the tour. And I have to say again, for those of you who weren't here with us yesterday, that Jessica sent this photo 2 days ago, and she said, I wanted to send a picture I took today after nearly 5 years of native plant gardening around my community garden and the church it shares a campus with. Today, a toad hopped up the aisle to me while I was working inside on a mural. I cleaned the lint off his feet, walked him to the most mature bit of native plants, and left him in a nice hedge of toyon, black sage, gum plant, evening primrose, and more. Hopefully, he is happily eating native insects. So I am just so envious of your seeing a toad, Jessica. If there's anything I would love to see in my garden besides a frog, it's a toad.
They're so beautiful.
So I'm just going to leave the toad up while I introduce Stephanie. Good morning, Stephanie. How are you?
Good.
So Stephanie is my amazing colleague and friend and co-host for the last 5 years, and I always appreciate Stephanie's cheerful support and her help with the tour. We also have Garden Ambassador Stephanie Falzoni with us on the tour today, helping to answer questions. I'd like to go on now and thank the other people that have helped make this tour possible. That's the Garden Ambassadors, Brian Durking, Jennifer Durking, Jessica Dickinson Goodman, Stephanie Falzoni, Robin Mitchell is there on YouTube. She's steadfastly been there every day for the last few years on YouTube. Elise Morgan, Sandra Nabala Lee, Stephanie Preugel, Quick Carbon. If you have any questions, you can type them into the chat and our volunteers will get back to you and try to answer them. I'd like to thank John Timothy, who does all of our post-production work and has for the last few years. As you are driving around, you can actually click on the host's name or on the little water drop there and get directions and a brief description of the garden. So we're very grateful to Stephanie for making the maps. I'd like to thank the videographers and PowerPoint presenters who made presentations for this year's tour. Elise Morgan, Carol Bray, Kathy Simon, and Delia Taylor have made videos or they pre-recorded presentations if they couldn't be with us today. If you know how to make a video and can volunteer to make a video of a garden for next year's tour, then please email me through the Garden Tours website. The time to start filming and taking the still photos is now when the gardens are looking their best. And we'd love to introduce you to a native plant gardener near your home and feature your work on the 2025 tour. I'd like to thank the more than 200 hosts and volunteer greeters, garden assistants, and electrification experts on both the online and in-person tours. They make this tour possible. I'd like to thank the major funders for the tour. That is the Alameda County Flood Control and Water Conservation District, the Contra Costa Clean Water Program, the Contra Costa Water District. They have been steadfast funders of the tour since it began in 2005. And also these new major funders, the Alameda County Fish and Game Commission, an anonymous donor, the Contra Costa County Fish and Wildlife Committee, and Saving Birds Through Habitat. And also these additional funders that help make the tour possible. I'm grateful to every one of them for their support. The agenda for today, Stephanie Preugel will start us off with a tour of her beautiful native plant garden and her fully electrified home. Jennifer Durking will give us a talk on gardening for color and interest throughout the year. Glenn Phillips, the executive director of the Golden Gate Bird Alliance, will be talking about gardening for birds. And then we'll hear a presentation from Aaron Deem on how to make your windows bird safe. Pete Bayou will join us in the afternoon with a talk on native street trees. We'll hear from Stephanie Falzoni on how she was able to get a native garden planted in her HOA. Delia Taylor will take us on a tour of her Berkeley garden. And we'll finish with just a terrific presentation on how Kathy Simon electrified her home. Volunteers from Quit Carbon are on the chat all day long today. So if you have any questions about how to electrify, you should feel free and just pop your questions into the chat. I'd like to ask if you would help support the tour. If you appreciate this online program or the opportunity to go on the in-person tour and visit more than 60 native plant gardens and 30 electrified homes, then we hope that you'll make a donation either online under Please Donate. You can use your credit card or your PayPal account at Venmo at Bringing Back the Natives, or you can mail a check. An anonymous donor has generously offered a $500 challenge grant if these funds can be matched with donations from viewers. And I want to say also that donations of $500 or more are now tax deductible thanks to a partnership with the Golden Gate Bird Alliance. So you can please email or call for details. You'll find our contact information under bringingbackthenatives.net under Contact Us. The Orinda Bookstore has made the tour a great offer. If you purchase any of the following books from Orinda Books, a portion of the proceeds will be donated to the tour. And you'll also be supporting Orinda Books, a small local business you may have visited in the past. You can call Orinda Books at 925-254-7606, or you can order online at Orinda Books. So Doug Tallamy has a new book. It's for children. It's a children's version of Nature's Best Hope. There are also his other, terrific books, The Nature of Oaks, Nature's Best Hope, and Bringing Nature Home. There are also these 3 California-specific books, Designing Native Plant Gardens, The Plant Community Approach to Artful Ecological Gardens by Alray Middlebrook and Glenn Keeter, Garden Allies by Frederick Lavapuer, Native Plant Gardening for Birds, Bees, and Butterflies in Northern California by George Oxford Miller, or California Native Gardening, a month-by-month guide by Helen Popper. Before I forget, I want to ask if you would please fill out the evaluations. The links are in the email that were sent out this morning. There's an evaluation for yesterday. There's a separate evaluation for today. It really helps us to know what you enjoy about the tour and what you think could be improved. So I wanted to just pop a pitch in there for completing the evaluations. I'd like now to, it's a pleasure now to introduce my friend and colleague, Stephanie Preugel, who'll be taking us on a tour of her garden and fully electrified home. And let me say that Quit Carbon is online to answer your questions during this presentation. And it's really amazing to me to see what Stephanie accomplished in just a few years, both in her garden and also with getting the gas out of her home. You can visit her home and garden on Saturday, May 4th during the Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour. So let me turn it over now to you. I'll stop sharing, Stephanie.
Thank you. Let me find it on my computer. Go back to the beginning and play. Okay, you guys should all see it. And yes, I would love to see many of you on the 4th in San Leandro to see both my garden and the electric features in the home, so inside and outside. I'm going to start my timer so I don't go totally over time. This is going to be about 50-50. I'm going to talk for like 10-15 minutes about my garden. And then we'll watch a video from the East Bay Green Home Tour that was made in 2021 about my electric features. And since I've added a couple more, so after that, we'll recap those and I'll give you a few more details. And then we'll have Q&A. And thanks so much to Cooper and all the volunteers for answering chat questions as we go. And if we don't get to your questions during our time, I'll also stay on later to answer them. So let's get right into it. I've gardened here in San Leandro for just over 7 years. I bought this house in 2016. It's pretty small. It's only 930 square feet, the home itself. The garden's very large. It's about 6,000 square feet with a front, side, and backyard. And I bought the home specifically because I wanted to get rid of the lawn that was everywhere and put in a native garden. So you see the front yard here converted. And even after 3 years, it was just such a huge difference to go from nothing to what you see here on the photo and more now. This is going around the corner. It's a corner lot, so I have a lot of kind of sidewalk and exposure and a fair amount of space. And right here at the corner, I planted a Coast Life oak. It was actually the very first plant I put in 2016. And you'll hear a little more about oaks later. Here's a picture a little more into those plants. You saw the nice colors there in the previous photo. There's the yellow woolly sunflower. There's, of course, the California poppy, the bluish flower in the foreground on the right. That's salvia, a sage bee's bliss, and some monkey flowers in the back. Moving to the backyard, here top left, you see what it looked like before. There was kind of a weird concrete patio that I had to have jackhammered out because I wanted to put in some nice flagstone patio and walkways. And at this point, I want to give a shout out to my friend and landscaper Larry Hulse, who did pretty much all the hardscape in my yard and also helped a lot with the design. He'll also be here at the Life Garden Tour on the 4th. So if you come out, you can ask questions about all that. I wanted to talk a bit about the side strips. Being a corner house, I have a lot of those. And when I first started on the top left, this is what the side strips looked like. People would park on them. They were super muddy. That'd be like these ruts forming and collecting water. It was really terrible. But I used large moss rocks, as you see here in the middle, to kind of claim back the space and make them into planted areas. And there's bee's bliss here growing. There's a little more poppy in the background. And on the other side, along the side strip, I planted some street trees. In the foreground, you see here native cherry, and there's a lot of hummingbird as a ground cover. In the next slides, I just want to give you a general sense of just sort of the lay of the land before we get into some plant specifics. Here's actually a picture taken from at the last year's garden tour. A big mound of bee's bliss and a low-growing coyote bush here in the front. And this time of year, of course, a lot of nice poppies everywhere. This is just a couple days ago, the same front view, and one of my favorite plants, the California lilac, the ceanothus. Here, the large bush tree in front. You see my Coast Life oak that has grown a lot since I planted it. And maybe one thing I like about this landscaping is that you see kind of in the front, there's ground cover type lower plants, and then there's medium size, and toward the back you have like the trees and taller things. I like that kind of design principle. Here in the backyard, you see all the little signs. That's from last year's garden tour showing what these different plants are. And you look at this from the patio that I showed you earlier. And around there, it's kind of lower growing because that's where, you know, you may want to sit with friends and have a more view into the blooming plants and the garden. And toward the back where you see folks walk on the flagstone path, that's where it gets a little more wild and woolly, and where I have taller plants and denser shrubs and really want to keep it very wildlife friendly. And so more density helps with that. It's also the taller plants in the back, so you have sort of this feeling of sitting in a nice protected little, you know, opening in the forest or something. a couple more pictures here that show the plants a little more. You see the manzanita here on the right. I love manzanitas. They're just such beautifully structured plants. Elderberries in the back, you get height quickly with elderberries. They grow fast and they take pruning really well, very forgiving. And another favorite plant of mine, coast buckwheat here in the front, forms these really nice patches, and you can repeat them to have a little bit of continuity in your yard. And that is one thing I learned. I, in the beginning, just wanted to plant every single plant because I wanted to see what they're like. But really for design, repetition is sort of this mantra that I've learned over the years. It just makes it look much nicer and more natural, because that is what it looks like in nature. Here's another view into the depth here, going more into my wild area in the backyard. This is a view of the patio, and for me, it's super important to use my yard. I mean, it's for wildlife. That was my very main goal. But for me too, you know, it's my outdoor living room. I really, really enjoy being out there. And I want to show you a couple spots in the yard where I enjoy being. So this is close to the home, so I can bring food out or I can have people over. It's like the main gathering area. But I also have a little patio in the back, way in the back in my jungle area. And I have some Cleveland sage growing there, and it just has the most wonderful smell. And this is, I think, June or July when it's in full bloom. And I do a lot of remote work, and it's just so much nice out in the yard, except the Wi-Fi gets a little weak out there. This is one of my newest additions. I made a little bench out of some scrap wood, some old tree stakes, and sort of an old shelf piece of wood that I had, and it's on a mound. And I want to encourage you to have sort of like features like mounds and maybe sort of a little more up and down in your yard. If you have the space, which I luckily do, it just feels a little like almost like you walk up on a path and then you have sort of a clearing and you sit on a little slightly elevated spot there and you can look into the yard. I enjoy hanging out there. I'm going to go in the next slides into some plants, just a few more specifics, what I like about them, how I've used them, a few things that you might find useful. Feel free to chat away. I'm not seeing the chat right now, so I can't respond in real time, but other volunteers will, and I will later if possible. So seaside daisy. This is a low-growing plant, not very fussy, easy to get at nurseries. It gets like about 2 feet in diameter when it's happy. It kind of spreads like a little carpet. It's one that's really nice to repeat sort of at front of your border. You see, I have another one sort of in the background on this picture and a few more to have that repetition. And I find it to be really nice with those native bunch grasses. I love deer grass. Here's 2 of them. Getting sort of a little bit more into the depth of the border and getting higher, growing in height. And there's the woolly sunflower again. That's also a nice ground cover. The seaside daisy also mixes very nicely with other low-growing plants like the penstemon I have here. That's another favorite plant I wanted to highlight. The one I have best experience with is the foothill penstemon. And it's a keystone plant. You probably know that those are the ones that are especially useful to pollinators and caterpillars as host plants, eating the plants, so there can be butterflies. There's the showy penstemon, this purplish one that gets quite a bit taller, that I also don't have right now because it's pretty short-lived. So it's beautiful, but be prepared that after 2-3 years, you're going to have to replace it. I want to talk about the coast buckwheat, one of my definite favorites. Here's one that has a bit of a purple flower on one side. It's really one plant, but I think it hybridized a little bit with the red flowering buckwheat that I have. I want to see if I can play this video here. It might be a little jagged. I hope you can see how there's like on each of these flower heads, there's like all these little nectar buckets essentially, and there's a native bumblebee. I don't know which one it is, but she's really busy collecting all the nectar here. Let's move in. I I've also seen a beautiful Buckeye butterfly on my buckwheat, so they're definitely insect-friendly plants. And this Acmon Blue is not on a buckwheat, but his or her caterpillars are eating the buckwheat. So the buckwheat is a host plant for this butterfly that is sitting on a manzanita here. The coast buckwheat for me is a really nice ground cover. I have it in the side strip, crowding out my weeds, really the one effective thing to do that. Here it is a little later in the season when the flower heads turn kind of rusty, which is also really beautiful, and the birds like eating the seeds. And here again, as kind of a little piece of carpet ground cover, how you can use it in your yard. The ceanothus is another favorite. Here's the Wheeler Canyon that I showed you earlier in front of my house. It really comes in a lot of different sizes. Here's a close-up of the beautiful blue flowers and a honeybee approaching. And here she's landed on the flowers, and you see how she's already got her pollen baskets, or whatever you call them, chock full. There's different types. On the left in the background, you see a fairly low-growing one. You can really have your pick. This doesn't get much taller than 2 or 3 feet. There's one up the wall that I espaliered up, which works too with ceanothus amazingly. And then there's the tall one that's a frosty blue that gets like very tall, like 12, 15 feet, and is in full bloom right now. And there's even ground cover. So in the side strip, I have this Hurst ceanothus clambering up some moss rock. Last favorite plant is that I just want to share today, I love them all, of course, is my oak. Here it is, very young tree, looking very gangly back in 2016. And today it's like, I want to say 15, 20 feet tall. It's starting to develop this really nice branch structure that you can see, especially when you look on the inside of the oak and how gnarly those big branches are. So really beautiful plant, always full of birds and bugs, and it's the top keystone plant here in California or in the Bay Area. Also have a little baby Coast Life oak as a street tree. They make actually very nice street trees. And I'm checking the time and kind of hustling along. I have a few pictures of my wildlife, which I'm just going to kind of scroll through so we get through them, but I wanted to give you an impression. Cleveland sage, always great magnet for butterflies, bumblebees. And here on the left is the caterpillar of the western swallowtail butterfly. This is a photo Kathy took with her amazing macro lens, which you should ask her about. And this pipevine swallowtail butterfly that needs the Dutchman's pipevine. So host plant, that's the only plant it can eat. So essential to have that in your yard. Has super cool flowers, and both the caterpillar and the butterfly are amazingly beautiful. Of course, the monarch, this big caterpillar on one of my showy milkweeds, and then the butterfly on the flower. This is a spotted skipper on a California aster, also super keystone plant asters. And I even saw a dragonfly show up one time. Little skipper on the left. I often don't see the caterpillars, but I did find a geometrid moth caterpillar on my native sunflower. And hard to see because it's so well camouflaged. These are slender salamanders here in the middle of mulch. They moved a rock and they were under it. So have some piles, have some stacked rocks or branches. You'll get some of these guys moving in. Some amazing birds, orange crowned warbler and the scrub jay and the little Anna's hummingbird. And if you wonder how I can be such a bird whisperer that they'd like fly right up to my hand, I actually had some researchers in my yard a little while ago, and they used mist nets to capture and then release birds. And so some were in there and we got to photograph them. Here's a hooded oriole and a Townsend warbler that I spotted one time. And that's it for my wildlife. There's so much more, but I just don't have enough time to share it with you. You have to come out. You'll have to come to my tour and you'll probably see them live. Quick glimpse at my water catchment system. I have 3 1,000-gallon rainwater catchment tanks, so 3,000 gallons, and they fill up without doubt every year, even drought years. You'll see a little more about them in the video that we're going to start. That's the East Bay Green Home Tour. So we're moving to the green home features now. I'm going to stop sharing and ask Jessica to run that video. Hi there. My name's Stephanie Prugel and I live in San Leandro, close to downtown. This house is a 1946 house and I've lived here for 5 years. And I'd love to show you my green features, so come on in. So I want to talk a bit about the bigger idea here, and I've been really troubled about the environment and habitat loss especially, and in a way what we try to do is just be less bad. So what I wanted to do is really like do something good, like give back in a way, and my yard, that was the main reason I bought this house, because as you can see, the house is pretty small, has a large yard. It was all dead grass and weeds, really not much happening, bunch of sparrows, and I've turned it into a wildlife garden, and now I have a lot of different species coming here. I see a lot of insects. I really feel like it's added to what was there before. And you know, with the house, it's sort of similar. I mean, I'm trying to get as close to net zero kind of impact as possible, and trying to, with the solar, you know, use my own electricity and also simplify so it's not so much in the first place. And I have to tell you, it's really empowering. It doesn't feel like a sacrifice at all. So I want to show you the heating, the space heating I changed. I have here my old wall heater, gas wall heater that a lot of you probably recognize. It's not in use anymore, but I wanted to show it because it's like a museum of the bad old days. And I actually got an electric heat pump. It's a mini split ductless heat pump, and I'm going to show you what that looks like. I have 2 units, indoor units. So one's over here. They're both sort of at the ceiling, and one in another room, and the exterior unit is outside in the yard. And I really like this a lot because it puts out continuously warm air that has time to blend with your indoor air, rather than the old unit that would just like heat up fast. The heat would just go right under the ceiling and then it would cool off again. So this being very low electricity use, I can leave it on and it just creates a much more comfortable heat indoors, and it also cools. So this is my bedroom, and I don't have any heating in here. I like to sleep kind of cooler at night, but I do have a ceiling fan for some nights that are a little hotter, and then I can turn that on. So my bathroom's really small, and I didn't want a whole heating unit in here, but sometimes, you know, in the morning it is really cold. So what I have in here is a sort of a convection regular space heater. It's really cool. It's flat. I actually got it used on Craigslist, and it has very low voltage, so it doesn't use a lot of electricity, but it is just convection. And because I just need it in the morning, I actually got a little smart plug where you can basically, it's like setting a timer on an app. And so I set it to start warming, say 6 in the morning. When I get up at 7, it's kind of toasty, but the rest of the day, then I don't really need it. So that way I also get a warm bathroom. So I wanted to talk a little bit about consumption also in terms of energy savings, because all the stuff we buy, you know, there's like all this embedded energy and all the resources. So I'm big on that, and it has become kind of a lifestyle. Like I just think about, well, I want an item, can I get it used? Do I really need it? Can I get it without packaging? So on those notes, I just wanted to show a couple of things that I've come to really like, especially around preventing extra packaging and disposable plastics. So I have my little plastic bag dryer here, and you know, these freezer bags, they're really sturdy. There's no reason not to use them more than one time. So I just rinse them with when I do my dishes, and I have them dry here. So that's been really handy and cheap and easy. And if you come around, I also want to show you another thing I actually got from a friend. It's a secondhand yogurt maker, and I make my own yogurt, and so I don't have to have all those plastic cups that, you know, with the recycling is very questionable, and also save a bunch of money. So welcome to my garage. This is actually where the battery lives for storage for the solar that you saw earlier. And this is the solar inverter. And we're gonna move over to my electric hot water heater, heat pump water heater. And I'm happy to say that I actually got pretty big rebates for that one. So here it is. It's pretty much as large a tank as the old gas water heater was, and has the heat pump in here, and it also stores hot water. I have to say, zero difference in user experience to what it was before. Always have hot water, no problem, but much lower electricity. This is where the cold air gets discharged out. So this is my clothes washing machine. It's an Energy Star and a front loader, and it has very low water usage and electrical usage, and I really like the front loading because it's much more gentle on the clothes. And now we're gonna go check out my dryer. So over here, this is my dryer. Here's my rainwater catchment system. I have 3 tanks, each is 1,000 gallons, and they're daisy chained together, and you can't see it because there's a lot of stuff sitting there, but basically from only part of the roof, it comes down through the gutter. There's sort of a first flush that takes out the dirty water and then funnels into the middle tank, and as it fills up, it fills all the tanks simultaneously. So right now, I hear how full they are. They're almost full, and so I have 3,000 gallons of water that I harvested over the winter for my big yard. So over here you see how I'm actually using the water. I have a hose attached, and the white pipe in front is the overflow, and the pump you see in the back there is just a small 1.5 horsepower pump to get the water all the way into the back of the yard. So let's take a look at my smart panel here, the SPAN. And here's what everybody has, the circuit breaker panel, and the SPAN panel replaces this. So I have a battery storage for my solar energy, and with this panel, instead of a regular circuit breaker panel, I actually have a lot more flexibility in terms of where my energy goes. So my priority is to use as much of my own energy as I can. So I load shift, which means during the day when there's sunshine, I charge my battery and then I use it at night, and of course also during blackouts. But with the smart panel, each circuit is its own thing on an app that comes with this smart panel, and I can direct what I use. So for example, I have certain circuits set for a blackout situation. Say there's no grid, I only use my battery, and you want to be very conservative with the available electricity, right? So you only use certain circuits like the fridge, your router, your garage door. But with the SPAN panel, I can change that in real time. It tells me, oh, you have 80% battery, you'll be good for your important circuits for 2 days. Now say I know it's just going to be a day. Oh, I can add the hot water heater, for example. And so it just gives me a much better flexibility to traffic control my own electricity, and it also helps me know exactly how much stuff uses. It tracks everything, and we're going to show you a couple screenshots to see what the app looks like. And I just have to warn you, if you get this, you're going to spend a lot of time on your app because it's fascinating. So thanks so much for visiting and checking out my green home.
And I just want to encourage you to embark on that journey to get fossil fuels out of your lifestyle. And I hope you get inspired. It's certainly been very empowering for me, and I'm happy.
That was such a great video. We're going to let Stephanie take it back again.
Yeah, that's right. I need to share. And sorry if for some folks the quality wasn't that great, but this is a good opportunity to say that I have a page on Kathy's Bringing Back the Natives tour page, and Jessica put the link in the chat, and that video and a bunch of other videos that I made about my yard or that others have made are on there. So you can binge watch. Just kidding. Anyways, I wanted to get a bit more into some aspects that weren't mentioned. And I also now have an induction stove. So I've added some green features since that video was made in 2021. And I wanted to share some information about whom I hired, cost, rebates, but quick caveat, a lot of the incentives landscape has changed and is changing, but we'll get to that in a moment. We have a lot of resources for you where you can find out what you can get now for your situation and all of that. So quick recap. So the house, older house, 46, no ducts, just one floor, pretty small, has a crawl space and an attic. And when I bought it, there was no installation. The only good thing was really double pane windows that they had put in, but everything else was gas, the heater, the hot water heater, and the stove. So before I cover the different features, I want to say my cost is just a rough guide for you because every house is different and incentives, as I said, are changing. Many of you have heard about the Inflation Reductions Act. It's not yet those incentives, which are rebates or prebates, basically money in hand, not a tax credit, aren't available yet. It will be a while until they are, until next year. But right now, there's a federal tax credit. It's 30%. When I did it, was only 26. So you got a leg up here, and a lot of state and local rebates. So a long list of resources that we'll cover in the end in detail when it makes more sense. But Jessica's going to paste them into the chat just so you know you have them and you can refer to them when there's the time. And I also made a little fact sheet. So again, that page on Kathy's website, you can download it. It's a PDF and has sort of, in a nutshell, what I'm going to share in the next slides. I want to give a shout out to energy assessments. This was the very first step I took, was really cheap. Like I think I paid after the rebate only like $200 for it. And what you see in the picture is kind of a measuring tool they put in your door, and they suck out air from your house and they measure it and they see how leaky is your house. So how much air can you even pull out, which tells you how drafty it is. And that's really important because then you know where you have to insulate. And you should really insulate before you do anything else, like or weather stripping, air sealing, all of that is the same thing. It really means just like making your home less prone to leaking warm air that you use a lot of energy to heat up in the first place, right? Or cool air. So in my case, there was a big gap under the door, and all we had to do is kind of put a door sweep to just block that air from, blowing in and out. And then say sealing cracks in the floor and the attic before you put insulation in. So it's really common sense stuff. There's a fair amount of money available in rebates for this. My situation, it was $550 or so. Over half was covered by a rebate. But again, mileage varies depending on your home. So solar panels in 2021, I got my system. Here are a few specs about it and whom I used. I got, in the end, I paid about, what is it? I have to move my window, short of 12,000 after the tax credit that I got. that was comparatively cheap, I want to say, compared to the battery. I got both at the same time, battery, storage battery, which to me is really key to the system. That was, as you can see, almost as much as the system itself. But again, you get the tax credit, and in the end, $8,500 was sort of what I spent on it. This is the span panel where there was a lot of talk in that video. I hope it wasn't super confusing, but the bottom line is that when you put in electrification and solar, you most likely will have to upgrade your panel just because you don't have enough circuits to accommodate all that electricity that's now happening because you take out the gas. In fact, I have no more gas line to my house. It's all been taken out at the street level. There's like no risk of fossil fuels coming back to my house. So the span panel is a way to not have to upgrade your panel. Usually, I'd say cost-wise about the same, 4,000-ish before for tax credit or other incentives. And there are now more incentives for this step in your electrification. But the whole point about the smart panel is that it just moves traffic more smartly. So you won't always have all circuits going. So the smart panel says, okay, the electricity is going to go to these 3 things that are running right now. No need to have all these circuits ready at, expand size-wise. You just use what you have more smartly. The mini split heat pump that you saw in the video is a ductless system. It's the simplest you can get. There's also ducted systems. Fujitsu and Mitsubishi are sort of the main brands out there right now. And essentially you have what you see on the bottom right, this outdoor unit that takes the warmth from or coolness from the outside air and basically transfers it into your home, which is why it's more effective than, say, heating up, convection heating, warming the air or cooling the air directly. So what you'll see is this outdoor unit. You'll have to find a spot for that. And then in my case, I have 2 of these so-called air handlers. They're the indoor units that just blow out the either warm or cool air, depending on what you need at any given time. So again, here the cost is listed with the rebate wasn't huge at the time. I think there is more available now, actually. Same technology, the heat pump for the hot water heater. So it looks like the old kind of footprint is similar to the gas water heaters, but it has a heat pump built in. So the way it heats, it warms your water is similarly more efficient. And the little exhaust you see here in the photo, that just blows out the cold air because it takes in air from, in my case, the garage to take that warmth energy, if you will, and put it into my water. So again, these I think have come down in price. Cooper from Quit Carbon, thanks so much for helping answer questions. He would know more about what they currently are and what the rebates might be now. This is one you didn't see in the video because I didn't have it. That was my last frontier to get rid of my gas stove. I got an induction stove. This one is the Frigidaire Gallery series. I really like it a lot. It was really affordable, amazingly. I think there's sort of a perception out there that induction stoves are really expensive. But the part that is probably more pricey is to put in that 240-volt electrical line. Like you need a new circuit for that. And there are now rebates for that as well. The tax credits are going to be for both the stove and the electrical work, if I'm not mistaken. For me, it was a big rebate from Bayren that was available at the time because I exchanged this for gas. That's important that you go from gas to electric. So now you've seen the slide before. I want to talk a little bit about these different resources, just in which ones I have found useful or which one you may want to call up to not get totally overwhelmed. So just off the bat, federal tax credits available for electrification and energy efficiency, 30% generally. And on top of that, there are rebates. So the resources listed here, Rewiring America and The Switch is On. Those are kind of not the sort of countrywide, the sort of big picture sites, in my estimation. They tell you about the Inflation Reduction Act and when that may be available and what will be available when it's available. So this is sort of, I would say, big picture websites. Ava Community Energy Incentives Finder. This is the East Bay Community Energy people. They renamed, but this is local or regional. And what I find really neat is that you can put in your zip code, your address, your income, if it's a if it's a single family home or what it is, and it'll list everything you qualify for, from electric cars to insulation rebates. It's just the whole kitchen sink on what you could get. The PG&E and the Bayron links, what I find nice about them is that you can get one-on-one help. You can request, Bayron calls them the home energy advisor. So it's basically staff that would talk with you one-on-one and maybe guide you through stuff. They don't push you in any certain direction, but they give kind of orientation. I found that very helpful. I worked with Bayron on this. And then finally, Quit Carbon. Cooper can tell you more about that. They find not only the rebates for you, but also contractors. And they do all of this free of charge because they get a little cut from whom you might end up hiring, but no obligation at all. It's all free, just hand-holding in a way, if I would call it that. And finally, please come check it out in person. This is from the last garden tour. And here's Marlon, one of my electrification volunteers, and he's wearing the very fashionable green home hat, so you can recognize the electrification volunteers. Thanks, Kathy. And he can, give you details on all these features, as can I. I'll be there, and I would love to meet you and chat. And with that, I'll stop sharing. And I think we have a few minutes left for questions.
Yeah, so that was just a fantastic presentation, Stephanie. So thank you very much. Everything from your garden right through to your home. And then the one thing that I don't think you covered is that you've actually had your gas shut off by PG&E, right?
Yeah. So it was very triumphant. It took a while. Like first it was cut off at, say, the stove. They actually required me to send in a photo of that pipe to be gone. But then I requested, and this is no charge, and anybody can do it from PG&E, for the gas meter and the whole pipe to be taken out. And they actually brought out like a street crew. They literally tore up the sidewalk to detach the gas. So very satisfying.
Yeah, that's the goal. And your house will also be safer. Those of you who remember that explosion in Burlingame that blew up some homes like 10 or so years ago, like Stephanie doesn't have gas lines running into her home anymore. Why don't we go? Do you want to browse the chat, or you want me to browse the chat and pull out some questions? Why don't I browse the chat? You can think.
Yeah,
I have a collection of them if it's helpful.
Oh, that would be great, because I have not really looked at it.
Thank you very much, Jessica. You go ahead then.
Okay, so we had one from Arpana Yadatore. She asked about the hummingbird sage. Will it do well without shade? Because she saw it in your parking strip.
Yeah, the really good question. I have it in a lot of places in my yard that actually like spreading. I have it both in sun and shade. It does great in sun until the heat really hits, I want to say July. And if you don't water it, then it'll just go dormant. It'll totally come back the next spring. But if you want to keep it looking a little more fresh, give it some water. In the shade, I don't even really water it. It just stays a little greener.
We had one from Esme Howard. What do you have on that trellis attached to the house?
Oh, unfortunately, it's not a native. It's a bougainvillea that I have there. But I now, and you would see this if you came out, I have a native clematis. It's deciduous, and I can't wait for it to make its way up there.
Janet Flint asked, how much do you prune your elderberry?
Every year, I try to prune it a little more up, because elderberries, you could cut them way to the ground. You could make them a little bush. you can really shape them any way you want. As you saw, mine are sort of a little more like column, like vase shaped, because that fits my yard better. So I just cut the branches that go sideways. I just sort of shape it up. It's super forgiving. I usually try to do it before it leaves out, but even now, there were like just yesterday, a few branches that just got so exuberant and right into the path, and just cut it and it'll be not mad at me. I know that.
And we have Apurva asked, did you build any protection from critters such as ground squirrels, gophers, etc.? If so, what did you use?
Luckily, I don't have any gophers. I have a squirrel that keeps burying oaks and nuts that then sprout, but it doesn't do much damage otherwise. My bigger sort of beef is with cats that poop in my yard because I have a lot of mulched areas and they think it's a great litter box, but no gophers.
And the last one I had tucked away was from Anthony Radzanowski on YouTube. He says, I want to plant an oak in my front yard. There are 6 oak trees within sight of my house. Should I plant the same variety? Because you had
I only have a coast live oak. Yeah, I have 2 of them. So the one big tree in front and then the street tree. And I mean, it's interesting because I was talking about repetition, having plants, not a one-off. And that's for aesthetics. I think nature would probably be fine with different oaks. It's really more sort of what looks better to you. And then size, of course. So if you, the coast live oak can get pretty darn big. I mean, I know.
Fast too.
Yeah, but the scrub and leather oaks that also have the benefits of, the keystone benefits, like a lot of caterpillars, the oak is a host plant. And so consider those. And maybe
the dark green holly colored leaves of the leather oak. I have one that has a drooping habit. So it almost looks like an oak and a willow had a baby. And it just sort of sits there looking elegant and droopy.
Wow, that is so cool to know. I do not have a scrub or leather oak. I just know about them.
And then maybe also looking at what oaks are native to your area. You can find that information on Calscape. And that would probably be the best thing to do, is find something that really belongs in your area so you know it's going to do well. And then look further afield if you need something of a different size.
I see a question from Robin about what was the manzanita variety.
Oh, I have so many different manzanitas. So the ones I showed in the backyard are Dr. Hurd. That's an easy one to get. And I have 3 of them in different spots, and they all have just the nicest habit. I have not even pruned them. So very sort of slow growing, neat, showy, beautiful bark. So Dr. Hurd, I can really recommend. I also have the Austin, I want to say Austin Powers, but that's not it, something Austin. That's sort of you guys know which one I'm talking about?
Austin Griffiths, isn't it?
Yes, thank you.
Austin Powers would be good too.
I don't know what that looks like though. It might be crazy looking. And in front, I have a taller one that's a Mount St. Helena. Also nice for a tree habit. I have a lot of those more ground covery ones, and there's a pretty wide variety, including the John Dowerly, which if you asked me for a recommendation for lower growing one, that is probably what I'd say.
I think too, if people have questions about manzanitas, Pete Vayu is an expert on manzanitas. He grows, I think, 50 kinds, and he knows everything about manzanitas, and he's got 1 or 2 actually videos on manzanitas on the Bringing Back the Native Garden Tours YouTube channel. One is on pruning manzanitas and one was on selecting medium to small size manzanitas.
Yeah. And all my manzanitas, every single one is from Pete's. And it was actually funny because when I started, I didn't really know plants that well. And I had a friend who helped with the design and she was just learning. And we just said, oh, Pete, can you just bring some manzanitas? Just like later, I'm like, which one is this? So I had to, for the garden tour, I had to find out which ones they were. Yeah, endorsing.
I had a couple questions. So one was about the mound you put in and one was about sheet mulching. So maybe we can take the mound first. Your mound is kind of gentle, right? Like I don't really walk into your yard and think, gosh, you got a mound there, but I did notice it when you pointed it out. Can you talk about like how high your mound is, or where did you bring in soil, or did you turn over the lawn? Like, how did you make your mound?
Yeah, really good question. So I also didn't mention that I sheet mulched everything. So basically the first step was like 6,000 square feet of sheet mulching essentially. And then my friend who helped with the design had, and I think, I don't know, American soil, rock and soil, we brought in soil. And it was actually both where the oak is in front and that mound in the back, just to, because it was like such a football field, like it was like soccer field rather, just flat. And we wanted some features. So we had the path going in, and then we mounded, literally just piling a bunch of, it was not from the lawn turned over because we just sheet mulched on it. And we put soil, just mounded it.
Mm-hmm.
And it is a gentle mound. I want to say maybe if it's 2 feet, that's a lot. But it's interesting. It really feels more like a mound because I now didn't plant on it. I have this sort of, it just evolved like that, a little sort of path going up, and with the bench, it just feels like you come to this clearing and it's slightly mounded, but really not that much.
I love mounds and gardens. Can you talk about your sheet mulching very briefly? Like, where'd you get your chips from, and did you do it yourself?
Absolutely. So I got all my chips at Get Chip Drop, the free service you request. And there's a bit of a wild card element. You don't know exactly when they'll bring it and what exactly it is. Comes from arborists when they have it. But I got my 2 loads of about, I want to say 20 cubic yards. They're usually larger amounts within weeks. And they're 100% free, and they were good loads. So you can put in some requests. Jessica can put something in the chat about her experience. I know she got some, you can say, I don't want XYZ and no eucalyptus or no larger pieces or whatever. They try to accommodate you. So free there. And then the rest, the cardboard was all from rolls that I got at a paper company actually, but I can put in a link that also gives a lot of sources for all of these materials, like cardboard, compost, and mulch. I did put compost under the cardboard, which is optional. I got free horse manure at a stable back when I did it, but you could do it without compost.
Well, I think we should probably move on. Stephanie, it was such a great presentation, and thank you so much for doing it. I know I said I would be your buddy and chat with you, but it was just so lovely hearing you just go through the slides. I enjoyed seeing your garden. I'm in such admiration for your house.
Thank you so much. I'm going to go through the chat also, and feel free to put more questions. I'll try and answer what we haven't covered.
Okay, there's one question that I did want to respond to. Somebody asked, given climate change, should we plant local native plants or other species? And I'm not an expert on this, but my opinion is that we should just be planting our local native plants. We can't guess what's going to happen. And we have creatures right here, right now, that are depending on us to give them what they need to survive. And I think we should just be planting as many local native plants as we can at this moment.
Yeah, I would add that those are also the most successful ones. Like I had, just to give you an example, I had a desert willow, which is more like a Southern California plant, because I loved it. And I don't know if it was because it wasn't super local, but it didn't do well. I had to take it out. So yay for hyper local.
You know, one time, I want to say this, and I want to move on. I had a friend come over, and he was a fantastic naturalist, and he pointed at, there was a ceanothus on my next door neighbor's yard, and also a Vermontodendron. And the ceanothus was just like an airport of bees. Like there were so many insects going in and out of the ceanothus. And the Vermontodendron, there was nothing on it. And he said, like, look, this is a plant that belongs here. You know, these bees know that. That's why they're here. And the Vermontodendron, he said, it's a big flower. It's probably pollinated by a beetle. We might not even have this beetle here. Like it was just sitting there, not doing anything. And that was what really drove home to me the idea of really planting with local native plants. Okay, Stephanie, thank you so much. Stephanie's going to go through the chat and answer what questions she can. And we have volunteers from experts from Quick Carbon who are also here to answer questions. And also, Our last presentation for the day is another terrific presentation on electrification from Kathy Simon. So I hope that you will stay with us for that one. So I'm going to share now. And it's exciting that East Bay Mud has doubled the rebate amount for native plant gardens. It's the only water district to have done this. If you plant a native plant garden, you'll get a super rebate of $2 a square foot, which is double the standard rebate. If you plant natives, sheet mulch to remove the lawn and build healthy soil, and plant in the cool season, you can take advantage of the rain that will help plants get established. To help you do this, EdMud also has a new landscape design assistance program. Choose a designer from their list, and you'll get a 2-hour visit and custom recommendations on things like plant choice, layouts, and irrigation. Yarrow, Clarkia, and Flannelbush, there are so many favorites to choose from, and EdMud's new programs are here to help. And don't forget about mulch and compost coupons, which are available at edmud.com/mulch. EdMud says we may be out of the drought, but water-wise gardens are always in style. So I'm delighted now to introduce my friend Jennifer Durking, who is an amazing ambassador for California native plants, and she'll be giving the talk, Gardening for Color and Interest, throughout the year. Before I bring Jennifer on, I just want to call out her accomplishments. Jennifer developed the Wildflower Ambassador Program, which runs out of the Santa Clara Valley chapter of the California Native Plant Society, and has given away thousands of wildflower seed packets over the last few years. She is the founder of the Bring Back Bay Area Bees and Butterflies group on Nextdoor, which has nearly 700 members. So that's BBBABB, if you want to search for it, and you can join from anywhere. And she was also instrumental in the development of the native plant resource teams, which I hope you heard about yesterday. And if not, you can look for information on this new program in your emails from the tour. Jennifer is also the creator of those fabulous Keystone Species signs, which you can see on the Bringing Back the Native Garden Tours website under Keystone Species, and they have just been translated into Spanish. So you can print these signs yourself in English or Spanish from the site. So let me go now to, I'll stop sharing to Jennifer. Good morning, Jennifer.
Hey, Kathy. I'm having a technical difficulty and I'm having trouble getting my slides and the Zoom to sync. So I just need another minute. And I don't know if you had another word from a sponsor you want to go to.
Let me just answer some questions from the chat, and you just let me know.
Okay, I'll be right there.
So a number of the rebates that Stephanie talked about are been updated, as Cooper from Quick Carbon pointed out. And so you should look on the current rebate sites to get information on current rebates. And yes, these presentations are being recorded. Takes a little while to get them up onto the tour's YouTube channel. John Timothy does that for us. If you subscribe to the channel, you'll be notified when new videos are uploaded. You can see all the videos, all the presentations that have ever been given during the last 4 years. There's 120 videos on the Bringing Back the Native Garden Tours YouTube site. Stephanie Doriel asks, who at PG&E did you call to get your entire gas line removed to the street? I need to do that.
They have a whole panel, portal for which I wasn't aware of for that kind of stuff. So I do PG&E online. When you go online, you can see your statement and all. And there was a link on there, or I would just call the main line. But I went through the online portal, and there's I forget what it's called, but it's basically work that needs to be done. You would do the same thing if you needed a panel upgrade. You would need to get with PG&E to do that. I bypass that with my smart panel. But to get the gas line removed, you put in, it's almost like a work request. So check your online. If you don't do online with PG&E, call their main number and give them your, the customer code on your invoice.
Also, Kathy Simon, in her presentation, the last talk today, she also had her gas line shut off at the street. She has some pictures of it, and I think she might have a link to how she got it. Jennifer, you can just let us know when you're set and ready to go. But until then, I want to say that Cooper at Quick Carbon pointed out that there's another rebate that most people don't know about, and Quick Carbon can tell you about, where if you finish putting in you finish changing out your last gas appliance. It can't be something that's already done. You have to have one last gas appliance and you go over that last hurdle. Then you are qualified for a grant that's, I think it's $3,750 this year for getting your house fully off gas and shutting your gas off at the street. And the that rebate goes down by $750 each year. So for 2025, it would go down by $750. But Quick Carbon is a free service, and they can tell you about that opportunity. You feel like you're up and going, Jennifer? Or not quite? We're just going to keep going through for some more questions.
I might just chime in. One question I just answered, but people might find this interesting. So the smart panel, it's not about the battery. The smart panel completely replaces, it's your electrical panel. You know, when I showed that in the video, the old panel, it's kind of a relic that just, you know, wasn't removed, but all the work's done by the smart panel. So it's not a battery thing. It's just your electrical panel.
And can I say about panels, it seems like we can talk about nothing but electrical panels, but Kathy Simon has she's giving the last presentation for the day. She has a fully electrified home with 3 heat pumps. The third one is for her hot tub. She has an electric vehicle, but she's just using a trickle charger but she did not upgrade her, I think it's 125 volt or something panel. She still has her 70-year-old electrical panel. And she talks about how she is able to fully electrify without upgrading the panel. Somebody had asked where your home is, so I want to make sure Stephanie people know. It's in San Leandro, and Stephanie's home and garden will be open on Saturday, May 4th through the Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour. And if you are watching this presentation, you should be all registered, and the addresses and maps will be emailed out to registrants about the 20th of April. I want to say if you don't get the addresses and map, then check your spam box, because sometimes people don't receive those emails and then they're really just tied up in spam. Let's see. Rose asks, my understanding is that the heat pump must be outside. Are there concerns that these expensive devices could be stolen? I don't know.
Good question. Mine, you didn't see this in the photo. It's in the backyard. It's really, you'd have to like jump the fence. And I think people would, it's almost like people don't, what would they do with it? It's just like part of the unit, and it looks like an old AC unit, you know, like a fan. I would say the risk is close to zero, actually. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about that.
Yeah, I've never heard of that. Jessica, our Zoom Zarina says my heat pump compressor, which is what we're talking about, is the compressor that's outside, is hundreds of pounds and attached to my house. So I think it's okay. And there's not a major resale market for it. Ours is actually on the side of our house behind a fence. Yeah, I don't think that's really something to worry about. I think there's other things to worry about.
I would chime in on location, because I don't think I said this, the hot water heat pump. One important thing is any heat pump, you need to give it access to air, right? To ambient air that it can draw in. And my hot water heater, you saw that in the garage, it could not be in a closet, right? So you have to have space around it. The other advantage of having it in a garage, and I was just lucky that my old one was in the garage, so I just put it where the gas one was, is that it does have kind of a hum. So you want that a little away from, say, your bedroom or whatnot.
Unless you have a toddler who really likes the sound of it.
Oh, really?
Ours is right out of our window, and it goes on and he goes, because it's basically a white noise machine attached to the side of my house.
There you go, 2 in 1. Ever wanted a white noise machine, you know?
We have a 80-gallon Rheem electric heat pump water heater, and it pushes a lot of cold air out into our garage. But that means in South San Jose, our garage is always nice and cool. And so like we don't get as many problems as we did. The cat goes in there when it's hot. She like runs into the garage and like lays in the cool air. It's nice. It's like having a free air conditioned garage.
Yeah. I would like to put a plug in here for great solar installer, two of them actually. One is Sunwork, not Sunworks, which is a different company, but Sunwork singular. They're located in Milpitas, and their motto is small solar made affordable. So they install solar panels on homes that have low electrical bills when the payoff would take much longer than if you have a higher electrical bill. And they installed our solar panels in 2021 at a considerable discount, like a 30% less than we would have paid if we had gone with a regular commercial installer. They were great to work with, and I highly recommend them. And Sunwork also installs heat pump water heaters, the same brand that Stephanie has, the Ruud/Rheem water heater, at a significant discount. And you can find them under sunwork.org. Also, if you don't qualify for Sunwork, I've heard a lot of good things about John Orfelli from Save a Lot Solar. Three of my friends have found him independently and all said that they really enjoyed working with Save a Lot Solar if you wind up working with a regular commercial solar panel installer.
I wanted to throw in just a quick note because I didn't cover this in the slides or the video. There was just a bit of a conversation on the chat about cost and, you know, worthwhileness and all that. The PG&E bills, they're really a wild card. Friends of mine pay $400 a month. Both gas cost and electrical going up. And mine is essentially $10 a month for the connection fee. I just do not have to worry about it anymore. And so in terms of return on investment, it's also like this peace of mind. It's so empowering. I just don't have to deal with it, right? It's my own electricity. So it is still upfront. I had to save up. I had to have the cash flow to put out that money and then get my tax credit. But to me, I feel like it's really worthwhile.
I have to say, when we got our solar panels, which is how we started, the first thing that we put in was the solar panels. It was just so much fun seeing how much energy the panels made. Like my husband and I would sit at our desks and look at this program that told us about the energy that was coming in and say like, oh my gosh, a cloud is coming over. We could see as the energy was being made. And then I tracked like obsessively for at least the first year, like how much energy we had made overall. So I can just tell you that last year, our solar panels made 13 megawatt hours of energy. So I don't know what a megawatt hour is, but it must be large. 13 megawatt hours of energy. Our house of 4 people, we used 8.5 megawatt hours of energy. So we were able to give 3.5 megawatt hours to PG&E, which, you know, that our goal when we started electrifying our home was we wanted to make more energy than we produced. We felt to be good citizens and to pay the cost of putting in the infrastructure and give the energy to, you know, our neighbors or people who didn't have panels. I know that the PUC has made decisions recently that have made that to be not a good financial deal for people who have solar panels, but there are a number of bills that are being proposed in the legislature to help again to provide financial incentives for people to put on panels. And I think that the current situation will change. Jennifer, do we have you with us now?
Yes.
I'm sorry that you had the trouble. So Jennifer,
Yeah.
I'll turn it right over to you.
Okay, great. And this is actually a short presentation, but a really exciting one for me because I've only been native gardening for about 3 years now. And I've discovered that there is a surprise every single day in my garden, year round. We're so lucky. We don't live in the East Coast where there's snow, so we can really enjoy our gardens and all of the beauty in them all through the year. So I want to just say, you know, I used to be a traditional gardener. My garden didn't quite look as neat as the one on top here, but you know, it's a traditional garden really emphasizes impressing the Joneses. People, you know, other humans, what are they going to do when they see your garden? Do we have enough pretty flowers? Are they very bright? We didn't really think about, you know, does anybody visit the flowers or use them, but are they pretty? High maintenance, and then a big reliance. I think especially since World War II, I think that the pesticide companies and herbicide companies, fertilizers, all those things have really been pushed to us because there's a market and they like to sell product. But that was a heavy reliance in the past, I'd say 50, 60 years on pesticides, herbicides, fertilizers. Native gardens, by contrast, emphasize providing food. I like to think of it as food for customers, the bees, the butterflies, the caterpillars, the lizards, the frogs. I'm going to add toads because that's a theme today, and more. And native gardens also save on maintenance. Luckily, our gardener retired, so we don't have to pay for maintenance on our garden. They save water. They avoid fertilizers, pesticides, herbicides because we're trying to create life. And they have a subtle beauty. There are some beautiful plants, but there's also some, I say, retina burning color that you can add to the garden. So you can still have the vibrant garden, more traditional one. And you may impress the Joneses. That's starting to happen in our neighborhood. People are coming around and asking questions and wanting to grow their own native gardens. So we're going to look at native gardening through the lens of how we grow plants that provide year-round interest and food. I want to emphasize that food. So we want food for the caterpillars so we can make more butterflies and moths. I want food for adult butterflies who also provide food to the ecosystem. I was standing outside of a beautiful home up in Nicasio, and this chickadee came chasing a butterfly right past my ear, snapping its beak. I could hear it. And so even the butterflies are food for the birds and other creatures. Food for adult birds. Like I said, they eat the butterflies, but they also eat berries, nuts, seeds, and insects. The baby birds primarily will only eat insects, primarily caterpillars. We want a lot of those. And then we also want food for the bees, 70% of which are solitary, 86% are ground nesting. They raise their families in our gardens. And so when you feed the planet, you save the planet, and you can do that right in your backyard. I want to do a quick shout out to the people like Alan Schmierer, who offers his photography in public domain, so anyone can use it. And Becky Matsubara, who took the amazing picture down at the bottom. I don't know how the mother bird keeps track of those babies, but anyway, she's feeding them. So people who offer their art for free is so appreciated. But in addition to all that food I was just talking about, we're going to look at native gardening through the lens of what is beautiful and surprising and intriguing and what touches our spirit. So I think we need to keep that in mind too. So first, I want to take a quick look at our summer dry weather pattern, because a lot of people talk about they talk about California being a Mediterranean climate, but it's actually Mediterranean summer dry, which is pretty rare. And so we need to kind of throw away everything we ever learned about starting in spring and watering all through the summer, and we need to throw that out. And the bottom line is that literally the bottom line here is this blue line, and that's our precipitation in California. It's raining in January, February, a little bit in March, really tapers off in April, May. By June and July, it's pretty much not raining. August, if you look at that blue line along the bottom, kicks up a little bit September, October, and then really amps up in November and December. November is when we kick off our gardening season and our planting, but we can still plant year round. I want to point out that those, quote, drought tolerant Australian plants or whatever are that yellow line. And that yellow line needs summer water. And that's really, frankly, a waste of time and resource in my book. I'd rather be camping than watering a garden. And the red line is lawn, and lawn is the thirstiest of all. And it's the largest crop in America. It has 40 million acres. It feeds nothing. I think it's time to lose the lawn. We did. So October, we're going to start the year a little bit early. If the planting season really kicks off in November with the rain, October is a beautiful time to look at the gardens, look at native gardens for ideas, but also prepare to plant. This is the time to dream, sketch out your ideas, and start getting some things in the ground. I love California fuchsia on the upper left. It's a beautiful plant. It blooms for a very long time, pretty much August through into December at our place. And behind it is a beautiful deer grass, and that's something that looks great year round as well. It's a nice contrast in a neighbor's garden. And then to the right of that is Mendocino reed grass, which is for a small garden, it's a lovely little grass. Bees like to nest under the grasses. And so if you plant some bunches of them, you can kind of create a little ground nesting bee area. You can see by all the leaves on the ground under our Mendocino reed grass that we've left the leaves, and it's very wild looking there. And the bees are safe, and I'm not disturbing them. And then below that are our native asters, and those are just a beautiful blooming plant that it blooms for a long time as well in the fall and into the winter when few other things are. I mentioned some others here that you can look up, and not comprehensive throughout these, but just be aware of them. And then November, again, we have the California fuchsia, which I didn't picture again. We have some really cool different bark to look at. And I just used the example of the red twig dogwood, which we've just planted a whole bunch in our backyard of that. There's a dogwood actually blooming behind me. That's an April bloom in my, sorry, my screen, my Zoom screen. That's at the Woodside Library Garden in April. And so it's really a nice year-round kind of plant. We just planted a whole bunch in our garden. And to the lower left, you can see what the leaves of some of these dogwoods look like. They're very pretty orange, reds, really make a really nice color. And there's also berries this time of year, like the snowberry pictured here. So that's a really great feature to have. This is a time of year when the birds are hungry and you can grow the food they need in your garden. We actually don't have bird feeders up anymore because we're growing a lot of these foods in our garden. December, this is actually Christmas Day. On the upper left is coyote brush in bloom. There's a female and a male plant. The female plant blooms like that and creates sort of like almost a snowdrift of seeds. Some people have said that those pop up in their yard too much, and so they prefer, there's a male version you can ask about at a nursery. But to the right, I just show a little bit more of a close-up of what the plant looks like, and you can see the leaves and again, the female plant with bloom. The lower left, in December, our epilobium was going to seed. And as someone who collects seeds and shares them, California's amazing for having year-round seed production with the different plants. And so December is a fun time to collect. And then on the right is actually a manzanita in the East Bay Wilds demonstration garden. And forgive me, Pete, I've forgotten the name, but anyway, I took that picture in December. January, we have some more manzanita, and we have this chaparral currant that's just a really beautiful, beautiful plant. We planted a lot of that in our garden, and the hummingbirds love coming around and visiting the manzanitas and the currants. And it's also a time of year, it gets really wet in January, and I love to go around and collect seeds off the ground and acorns, cherry seeds, pits. They start actually germinating on the ground, buckeyes, and you can start them at home and they pop right up out of the ground, and you can start your own, growing your own trees. February, I'm continuing to emphasize manzanita because it's still blooming in my yard. And in February, here's the fuchsia flower gooseberry. And the hummingbirds really love this plant, visiting it, swooping through, and it blooms for a long time. March, we have the redbud highlighted here in Joel Lim's garden. Down below it, we have the cobweb thistle, which I'm currently growing in my garden. Bees and hummingbirds and butterflies all love to nectar on that plant. And to the left of that is another type of currant. It's a golden currant, and that's blooming actually right now in my garden. I just took that picture yesterday. We have all sorts of flowers in April. There's too many to list, but I did highlight again the dogwood. Can you tell I'm in love with this plant? It blooms this time of year. Later in the plant, it will have berries for the birds to eat. To the right of that is a ceanothus that was blooming just last month in the Watershed Nursery Garden. Below that are just a sampling of all the wildflowers. This is from a private garden in Palo Alto. But if you had scattered wildflower seeds during the rainy season, this is how they might look in April. And then to the right is an unusual plant at the bottom. That's it, a Nevins barberry. And I discovered this plant when I was walking through the Woodside Library Garden. And the birds absolutely love the berries later in the year. And it's a rare plant in nature, but nurseries have it. I just bought 3 from East Bay Wilds, and I'm putting those in my garden. Here's the Nevins barberry later when it fruits. And it's a stickery bush. I like to put it in places where either I'm not going to have a lot of foot traffic or I'd like to discourage foot traffic. So that's one idea. Strawberries bloom in May as well. And to the lower right there, we have the Dutchman's pipevine, which is the only host plant for your beautiful swallowtails over there in the East Bay. The pipevine swallowtails are an iridescent blue, dark blue butterfly. If you grow that plant, you can feed their caterpillars. In June, we have the buckeye, and here it is it's a beautiful tree, and you can see sort of how the blooms look on the tree and up close along the top there. And you also, one of the other amazing plants that grows well in shade is the snowberry, and that's in the lower left. That's the bloom for the snowberry that we saw back in October as a berry. And then we have a California rose, and this is a rose that the insects can actually use. The other cultivated roses aren't really useful to insects, but in this case, we have a beautiful California rose. And anyway, I want to really emphasize how beautiful that plant is, and I'm growing some myself. It grows well in shade, so that can be unusual. And then too many, Western azalea, Matahia poppy, we have just too many to mention there. July, I'm highlighting the milkweeds. On the upper left, we have the narrow leaf milkweed. We have the Matahia poppy again. Buckwheats on the lower left, those have been described by some pollinator gardeners as a disco on a Saturday night because they provide so much life. Insects use the flowers, and the bees love them, but also let them go to seed in your garden. They make a beautiful rust colored seed, and they feed the birds. The birds will just flock to them and almost use it as a little like warehouse. They'll visit them as long as the seeds last on the plant. And in the lower right, I was in a garden in July a couple years ago and caught this monarch nectaring on this beautiful showy milkweed, which isn't native to my area over here in San Carlos, but definitely the East Bay, and then going up into the hills, you have the showy milkweed there as well. And this time of year, also in July, you see the penstemons, you see different monkey flowers, the asters are starting to come in, and then I keep mentioning the California fuchsia. It's a long bloomer. I also wanted to put something out here for the people who container garden. A lot of people in apartments wonder, well, could I have a native garden? And so on the upper left, this is in my front yard in August. This was last August. I have monkey flower blooming in the pot in the back with some manzanita. Howard McMinn manzanita does really well in pots, as Pete Bayou will tell you, many manzanitas do very well in pots. But the manzanita in August is just a beautiful green foliage backdrop for everything else. So the monkey flower really pops against that. In the foreground is the penstemon. It's growing there with a false golden aster. Just nice pops of color. And even if you aren't an apartment dweller, for me, I put these pops of color around my yard. And sometimes if something fades or isn't doing well, I plant it in the ground and I go buy another pop of color just to give my garden a little oomph. I also took a picture of this unusual coffee berry in the lower right. Coffee berry is something that I have all over my garden. It does really well, seems to feed the most caterpillars and moths at the moment compared to my other plants. And this is a Mount St. Vision version in East Bay Wilds garden. I bought a whole bunch of that from Pete Bayou there. September, we're starting to look at things like bark. This is actually in Al Kite's garden in the upper left. And I, as a child, when I saw that, what you can't see is, if you look at this from the street, it's just a bunch of beautiful manzanita leaves. It's that beautiful green backdrop I talked about. But when you come around to go into the backyard and you look into here, I thought, as a child, that's where I would probably take a nice book on a hot summer day, maybe escape from housework or something. My mother would be looking for me. But I think that these kinds of places, we need to think about our gardens, not just about flowers, but about a sense of space and also a sense of architecture from those beautiful branches. To the right, September is still a good time for milkweed. And this showy milkweed in the garden in Palo Alto where I saw it, had this little European honeybee on it, and it just had a little spotlight. I thought it was really beautiful. And there's these moments you can find in the garden if you take time to look closely that just reveal themselves. We have on the lower left, we're starting to get rose hips now. So we grew that California native rose in the spring. In June, it was blooming. And now there's beautiful rose hips. I leave these for the birds, but you could make tea. I know that a lot of people like rose hip tea. It's high vitamin C. So that would be nice. And then to the right are the asters. And again, I have a European honeybee in my garden visiting those last year. And lots of other plants, too numerous to mention, along with these. And, we've gone through 12 months, but I want to point out that the plants themselves, as beautiful as they are, they actually just create magic. And the magic for me is just seeing everyone who uses these plants. So in our garden, we've seen monarchs, bluebirds for the first time. I have not yet seen that bee on the upper right. It's a prunose squash bee. So if you grow some manroot that's a native or squashes for your food, you might see that guy. The lower left is a beautiful, the California fuchsia that's being nectared on by a hummingbird. And then I promised retina burning colors. The lower right is the buckwheat, a sulfur buckwheat that was actually on the garden tour last year at the Sargent Garden. And I just want to thank everybody. I know this was a quick run through of the year, but if you have any questions, unfortunately, I need to change out this slide. That was one of the technical difficulties I was having, was my other slide deck that I created was too big. So I'm going to stop sharing for now. Don't download that QR code. And let me know if you have questions. And I apologize again for starting late.
So let's see. Jessica, can you tell me how, just so I know the lay of the land here, how is Glenn Phillips going? Is he set up?
He's doing great. I'll be ready to be sharing his. And so he'll just tell me to move between slides.
So
Great.
what I think I'd like to do so we can try to stay on time is say, I'm sorry, Jennifer, that you had AV problems. You're so composed despite them. I admire you for that. Presentation was great. And I know you had to hurry a little bit, but let me say that it's been recorded. It will be online so you can view it again at your leisure later on. People don't feel that you have to just have one shot at them or you couldn't catch up.
Yes.
And I thought it was wonderful. I just loved you're featuring like all the interesting things that you can see in your garden over the course of the year. I wanted to pipe up and say, oh, that's happening in my garden now. So that was really terrific.
Great. I'll answer questions in the chat. So thank you.
So Jennifer was seeing the chat. And Jennifer, I want to thank you again for all your help with this year's tour. I know you did a lot of work on it with the presentations. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
You're welcome. I'm going to share my screen now for just a moment. And I'll talk for a moment about Native Here Nursery. And just one sec. So Native Here, I'd like to thank our sponsor, Native Here Nursery, for supporting the tour. Native Here is an all-volunteer project of the California Native Plant Society's East Bay chapter. And Native Here is dedicated to growing locally native plants sourced from ethically collected seeds and cuttings from Alameda and Contra Costa counties, and providing these plants to customers at its nursery in Tilden Park. As you've heard, local native plants provide the best habitat for local wildlife. Nonprofit Native Here is open year-round every Saturday from 10 to 2 for in-person shopping or online order pickup. You can visit Native Here online at nativeherenursery.org, or for information about locally native plants, to check the current inventory, place an order for pickup on Saturdays, or learn about volunteer opportunities. You can call Native Here Nursery at 510-549-0211 or email them at nativehere@ebcnps.org with your questions. So we'll hear now from Glenn Phillips. He is the executive director of the Golden Gate Bird Alliance. It's my pleasure to introduce Glenn, my colleague. He's been just great to work with. I always enjoy my conversations with him for his infectious enthusiasm and can-do attitude. And one of the ways that we have partnered with the Golden Gate Bird Alliance is that we've set up a fund so that donations to the tour of $500 or more are tax deductible. You can please email or call me for details, and you'll find my contact information under Contact Us on the Garden Tours website. So let me not forget to say also that Glenn's own home garden in Lafayette will be on the tour on Sunday, May the 5th. So let me turn it over now to Glenn.
Thank you so much, Kathy. So I'm also having some technical difficulties. So thankfully, Jessica is going to share my presentation.
Just tell me next when you want the next slide.
Yeah, so let's go to the next slide. So I am Glenn Phillips. I'm the executive director of the Golden Gate Bird Alliance. I grew up in the East Bay. And I actually did my very first native plant gardening, helping my brother with an Eagle Scout project in 1982 at putting a native plant garden at the American Indian Center in Livermore. And since then, I've done some help design native plant garden at the Prospect Park Audubon Center in Brooklyn, New York. And I'm really thrilled to be back in the Bay Area, back home, and working on helping make the Bay Area safer for birds. The Golden Gate Bird Alliance, formerly known as the Golden Gate Audubon Society, is one of the oldest conservation organizations in Northern California. We were founded in 1917. So over 100 years ago, and we work around the Bay Area, especially in San Francisco and western Alameda and Contra Costa counties. Next slide. So probably I'm preaching to the choir here. If you care about native plants in your garden, you probably already know why you should care about birds. But let's just a quick reminder. Next slide. So bird populations are declining pretty significantly. There are 30% fewer birds than there were 50 years ago. There are over 389 vulnerable bird species in North America, and direct human threats. So it's not just climate change, right? There are a lot of things that people do that actually directly impact birds negatively. And so we're going to just review a few of these things and what we can do about them. Next slide. So it's 30%, it's 3 billion birds over the past 50 years. This is 2022, actually data through 2019. Next slide. So, here in the East Bay, we're pretty fortunate. This is the map of the East Bay Regional Park District. Sites it's a pretty significant collection of green spaces that are protected for birds. So that's some good news for us. However, next slide. The parks can't do it alone. Right? 70% of the U.S. is privately owned. California has a lot of public lands in comparison to most of the country with 48%. It's still not enough. The estimates are that about between 60 and 75% of the land should be under some sort of conservation plan if we're going to keep our birds for the next century. Next slide. So while climate change and habitat loss are really the big elephants in the room, there are a couple of really critical direct threats that people can manage and take care of. So the first is cats, with probably between 2 and 4 billion. I'd say the average of all the studies comes out to about 2.4 billion birds a year. That's a lot of birds. And even well-fed cats will kill wildlife. So it's really critically important that we address this, because the outdoor cats will kill birds. A couple of studies have found that free-ranging cats are the leading cause of nest failure. And so that means that our adult birds may be able to survive and avoid cats, but nestlings can't. And if we don't produce enough offspring, we won't have a next generation of birds.
Glenn, can I ask, by nest failure, do you mean that the parent leaves the babies to starve, or do you mean that the cats get the birds in the nest?
So a nest failure is when the eggs either don't hatch, so it could be eggs that are eaten by another bird. I watched a California scrub jay chasing some towhees around. It was, after the eggs in their nest. That could be a cause of nest failure. Just means that the nest didn't successfully pledge any young. So that's so it could.
Can I say one more thing about cats before we leave? I remember you ran a Catio presentation some time ago. Is that a presentation available online?
I don't know if it still is. It was. It would be good to check. We have a lot of on the Golden Gate Bird Alliance website. If you go to education, you can find videos of our past presentations, and there's a lot of good detail about all of these kinds of issues, including some more details about climate that I won't have time to go into here. I'm just going to talk very briefly about windows because the following presentation will go into more detail, but we're talking 1 billion birds a year. I want to remind you all that you probably have run into a glass window yourself or a glass sliding door. Usually if I do this talk in the room, I ask people to raise their hand. How many people have walked into a glass sliding door? And almost the entire room raises their hands. For us, it's embarrassing. For a bird, it's fatal. So we'll learn. I'll talk a little more about. I'm trying to keep trying to hit the move to the next slide button, but that doesn't work. Jennifer, could have the next slide. Thank you. So I'm going to step back a little bit and talk about if we're designing our yards for birds, there are a few things we have to think about. Some of which we'll hear from a lot of people over the course of this weekend and as you visit our gardens. But there's some things that we might not have, because I know I do this all the time too. I focus on the plant. So I can go on and on about, planting California fuchsia for your hummingbirds and the moths that depend on them. But I want to talk big picture here. So next slide. So there's some sounds in the background. Sorry about that. This is that you're hearing a chestnut black chickadee. That's our common local backyard bird. So birds, there are 4 things. They need food. And we talk a lot about that. They need water. They need shelter. So the structure of your yard actually is important. It's not just about what you've planted, but how you've planted and how you've organized it. And then they need a reduction of human threats, right? If we build the most perfect yard with all the food, water, and shelter, but we have glass and cats and pesticides and rodenticides in the garden, we're not doing the birds any favors. If you build it, they will come. But if they show up and the environment is not hospitable, then your backyard will become what we call a population sink. That means that more birds are dying in your yard than are being produced by it, and that's not good for birds in the long run. Next slide. So food, we've talked a lot. I heard some of Jennifer's talked about this, that the native plants, of course, are really the best at producing the natural foods that our birds depend on. You really can't provide insects for your birds in any other way than by creating habitat for those insects. Next slide. So one of the challenges of providing seeds for birds, you can cheat and have a bird feeder, or then this is a much better way, is you can actually grow your own seeds But there are a few things you have to do. Like one, you can't deadhead every plant, but as soon as it's done blooming, because then the seeds won't be left over for the birds to eat. In this bottom left-hand corner, I've forgotten now the name of this variety, but this is a weedy euphorbia that is a weed in my yard. And my first instinct was, oh, I should pull all of these. But in fact, the seeds of this plant are extremely high in fat and high in protein, and birds adore them. And so at some point when I realized that the goldfinches and mourning doves and sparrows in my yard were flocking to this weed, I left it. And yes, I have an invasive species in my yard, but it's providing a real abundance of seeds. The birds just adore it. So next slide. As you probably all know, almost all of our upland birds depend on insects for a significant portion of their diet. And so, insects are key. There are a lot of things that you can do. It'll come to me, Gary, about what the name of that plant is. It's escaped my mind, and I'll remind you later. So insects, some of the insects are obvious things like caterpillars, but termites and ants are actually a really critically important food source for birds, particularly for migrating birds, as they tend to be seasonal in when they appear, and often it times up very nicely for migrating birds. So I know I have a dead tree in my backyard, and every fall the termites emerge, and they are particularly abundant. There we go. Yes, that spotted spurge, that's the one. A terrible weed, but it's great, a great bird food. I say termites. So leaving space for termites in your yard is actually not a bad thing to do. Now, you don't want them on your house, so you want to make sure that you're not creating an entry point for termites into your home, right? So that having soil against wood is an invitation for termites. So you don't want that on your home, but having dead wood in your backyard with enough distance from your house, it really is a fantastic way to bring birds into your yard. And it's it's in here. It's very predictable in the fall after our first rain. Get a warm day after the rain, and you get termites out and about in numbers, and the birds go crazy. So this is high protein. This is a real treat for birds, and as particularly in migration, they need to rebuild that fuel fast. So don't hate your termites as long as they're not in your house. Next slide. Actually, this is we'll just pass over this. This is just a reminder of how important native plants are compared to non-native plants. I'm going to pass through this next set of slides really quickly, just because I know that a lot of people have talked about plants that are good for birds, but oaks. This is my message. And I talk to a lot of garden clubs, and the first thing I say to every garden club is, we are very fortunate. We have oak trees in our communities, and they're here. There are natural species that are normally here, and you don't have to do anything to have an oak tree in your yard. So either you may have one already. If you don't, all you have to do is not remove them, because the birds are planting them in your yard. I have hundreds of oak trees in my yard. Some of them, when I moved in, and I was having some exotic trees removed because they were not necessary for our landscape, and the contractor was like, "Oh, I should take that this other tree out. Like, no, over my dead body will you take that tree out? That's the only tree that's worth saving. It was a valley oak that had been bird planted, and luckily it was, you know, at a location that it wasn't, you know, wasn't too close to the house. It wasn't too close to the fence. And it's the only, when I bought the house, it was the only native plant in my entire garden. So it's doing fine. And I now have lots of baby oak trees all over my yard because I don't remove them. And we'll see which ones end up in places where I can keep them. You know, I can't have trees everywhere, but we'll let those stay where they are. And there's just nothing like an oak tree for birds. If you want birds, plant an oak tree. Willows, great plants too. Next slide. In my garden is very new, and so the ceanothus and manzanita are the core of my garden. They're the backbone. I have lots of varieties in lots of places and lots of habits, and these are really abundant for Lepidopteran species, and really critically important for for birds in your yard. Next slide. So as I said, it's not just about what you plant, it's also about how you manage it. And so one of the really important things to do is to be creating a diverse amount of habitat within your yard. And that means that you can't, you know, blow every single leaf away from your yard. You can't mulch every inch of it. So leave the leaves. That California towhee likes nothing more than to toss up the leaf litter and find insects and seeds that are hiding under the leaf litter. If you don't have any, if you've blown all the leaves and bagged them and sent them to the landfill, you're not helping your backyard. And the reality is that those plants benefit from the nutrients that those leaves restore to the soil. So you want to leave the leaves. Next slide. I'm not sure what my point is with this slide at this point. Let's go to the next slide. Oh, okay, that was my introduction to talking about nectar. You know, nectar plants are really, you know, critically important for hummingbirds, and our native plants really are timed appropriately for our migratory hummingbirds. So we have Rufus and Allen's hummingbird that migrate through. The Anna's hummingbird, which is our most common hummingbird, is resident. It doesn't go anywhere. And its range has expanded dramatically over the last century, in large part because of our gardening habits. So these are species. The Anna's hummingbird really is dependent on our garden flowers. So, you know, if you're really after Anna's hummingbirds, you know, a careful use of a small amount of non-natives can be useful, because they can fill in a few gaps in the flowering time. But you can get most of it. I mean, between monkey flower, California fuchsia, penstemon, flowering currant, you can get 90% of the year covered. So you don't need, you know, you can put it in a pot, and an aloe in a pot can cover up that month in between when you know, before the monkey flower, you know, starts to bloom in the spring. If you don't have a lot of the manzanita is one of the reasons why manzanita is such a good plant, is that it does that fills, as Jennifer mentioned, it starts blooming in December and continues through. It's still blooming in my garden, and it's another great hummingbird plant that if you've got room for manzanitas, they are fantastic nectar plants. Next slide. I would say feeders. So I don't use feeders in my yard, not a one. I have plenty of birds, but a lot of people do like feeders. So feeders are really can be helpful, but there are a few things you have to watch out for. One is that you maybe feeding, invasive squirrels, and if you're in a city, you may be feeding pigeons and sparrows that you don't really want to feed. So being careful about that. Also, it can attract birds in a higher density than they should naturally occur. And so they tend to spread disease more easily in that setting. So I don't highly recommend feeders, but I know a lot of people have them. My neighbors on either side of me have bird feeders. So I can see that they do have more birds in their front yards than I do because they've got feeders for them. But I have just the same diversity or more, and I don't have to worry about the mess. I don't have to worry about keeping them clean. I don't have to worry about the expense of feeding them bags and bags, and I don't have as much squirrel damage. So I don't recommend them highly, but if you really love having the birds in easy to observe locations, feeders can really help with that. And so be careful about where you place them. They really are best actually closest to your windows. Because birds will collide with windows when they're startled, especially, and that happens a lot at feeders. A Cooper's hawk comes in because a bird feeder is also a Cooper's hawk feeder. They're not feeding on the seed; they're feeding on the birds that you brought in, and it's a bird feeder, right? So oftentimes when a Cooper's hawk comes in, the birds will fly as fast as they can in whichever direction looks the best, and that's often a window. So the worst danger zone is in the first 20 feet from the window. But it's not that sometimes people recommend, plant it more than 20 feet. That's actually not true. It's just that it doesn't get worse after 20 feet. Whereas up, from about a foot until about 20 feet, it gets worse and worse. So really close to your windows is best. And really what's best is to make sure your windows are treated to avoid collisions. Oh, next slide. I keep doing that. I'm pressing the forward arrow button. Water in our region is really critical. Birds often don't have good water sources in many neighborhoods. The water has been put into culverts, and so it's underground, and the surface streams don't even exist anymore. So providing water is a really easy way to draw birds in. It will draw crows in, and I know I've seen a few comments about, like, what do you do about crows? Well, crows are native birds. They are nest predators. They will eat eggs and baby birds, and they will take those eggs and baby birds and bring them to your bird bath and wash them before they give them to their young, and leave little bits of baby bird in your bird bath. But while it's a little unappealing, crows are really magnificent birds, and they are part of the system here. So I would say don't worry about them. Yes, they are gonna take some offspring, but that's part of the normal cycle for birds, right? As I like to say, a robin can have 5 to 6 nestlings. If every single robin nestling lived to adulthood, we would be up to our eyeballs in robins. So it is okay that there are predators. We don't want to subsidize them. So a cat or even a raccoon can be a subsidized predator. And so if your trash is not well managed and you have food waste that's accessible to raccoons and opossums and skunks, right, you are subsidizing a predator, and a well-fed predator is much more efficient at killing, right? If think back to Jurassic Park, would you rather have a half-starved velociraptor chasing you or a very well-fed one? There's no question in my mind. I do not want to be chased by something that is, at its peak of performance because it is well fed and has all the muscle mass it could possibly have. Next, more about water. Birds really love moving water, and so adding, a trickle fountain these solar activated mini fountains that you can just float in a bird bath are a nice way to get a little bit of activity and sound that will draw birds in. The one thing I would strongly caution, so that bird baths the water can get contaminated pretty easily. And so you really, really need to keep it clean. And it's honestly, it's more important to keep it clean than it is to provide that water, right? Birds are going to use their entire landscape. They're going to find other sources. So I have a bird bath, and every morning I walk past it. If I don't have time to stop and clean it and refresh the water, I leave the hose out unless I have company coming, so I can do that easily. If I don't have time to do that, I just knock the water out of it and leave it dry for the day, because it is better to have fresh, clean water than or no water. So that's important to keep that water clean.
So you find that the bird bath should be refreshed and like brushed out daily?
Yeah, it's my experience that if I'm maybe there's a day if it's been rainy or cool, but pretty much every day. And you take one look at it and you'll see there's either algae is developing on it or bacteria, or you'll see because birds will often defecate when they're bathing. It's something they like to do. And so they will often soil the feeder if you're not on top of it. Next slide. It doesn't need it daily. If it doesn't need it daily, it doesn't need it. But you should look at it daily and see that it's now it depends on your feature, right? Because a larger water feature may never need cleaning, right? If you've got a recirculating fountain that's that with enough volume in it, if it's still running, it'll be fine. But a simple bird bath, that will need it on a daily basis. The providing shelter is another piece of it. So you could have a garden of all native plants, and if your yard doesn't provide places where birds can hide, where they can build nests, where they have places where their food has shelter too. So those things are really important. So thinking about, as you're designing your yard, do I have places where the foliage and branches are going to be dense enough that birds can hide, that birds have places to build nests? All of those things matter. So leaving leaf litter for ground nesting birds is also important, although most of us probably don't have big enough yards for ground nesting birds. But nevertheless, creating those the diversity of structural sitting. Next slide. So when we prune, it matters also. So nesting season, this is the thing I get the most phone calls about, is that from people, their neighbor, pruned, and the mockingbird is going crazy. Like, yeah, they probably pruned away a nest. While those nests are protected by law, there is very little enforcement, and so there's not a lot you can do. But if you are aware that somebody has a plan to prune between March and June, I would strongly encourage you to remind them that there may be nests there, and the nests are protected by law, and so you cannot disturb a nesting bird. Now there are some birds, so hummingbirds nest as early as December, and there are other birds. The birds of prey often start nesting as early as February. It depends on the year. This year, a lot of the early nesting, well, the hummingbirds nested on time, but some of the raptors seemed to start a little late this year because it was cold and wet. Um, so birds are protected by the what is it called? What's the name? Sorry. The Migratory Bird Protection Act. So all migratory birds, with some exception of game birds, are protected from harassment, from killing, or from taking their products. That's why technically you are not, if you see a bird feather on the ground, you can't pick it up and add it to your personal collection, right? Because there would be no way for an agent to, a law enforcement person to be able to say, was that a feather that you picked up, or did you kill a bird to take that feather? Since you can't do that, you can't tell. It's just against the law to have bird feathers, wild bird feathers. There are few exceptions, but anyway, so pruning from September to late in early fall, September to December is really the best time to do it in terms of birds. And it's sort of, to me, it's one of the tragedies of many of the fire rules is that they all have, like you have to do all your pruning in Orinda before June 1st. Well, if you're pushing up to the deadline of June 1st, you're hitting right during the peak of nesting season for birds, which is the worst time to be pruning anything. Next slide. All right, so reducing threats in our home. Next slide. I'm gonna rush through this. How am I doing on time? So keeping your cats under control, indoors, enclosed, on a leash. This is a fabulous catio in Berkeley, from a family of the Golden Gate Bird Alliance members and active environmentalists, and they have, this is a do-it-yourself. You can see the cat on this, protected from the birds and also protected from coyotes. Right, coyotes can be really problematic for cats if you let your cat out. So this will keep your cat safe, keep the birds safe, keep lizards safe, and keep our native rodents safe as well. One of the things that people, the cats eat the mice. Well, actually, cats will prefer to eat any of our native mice over house mice and house rats. And so, in fact, what happens when you introduce free-ranging cats into a place where there are rodents, the rodent population shifts pretty quickly from native species to non-native species. Because house mice have been living with cats for millennia and are better than our native mice at avoiding cats. So your cats.
Let me give you a little time check. Probably wrap it up in a minute or two if you can.
Yeah. I'm okay. All right. Next slide. Pesticides and rodenticides, again, are things to avoid. And because land birds are feeding insects to their young, that means if you're using pesticides in your garden, they are getting on the insects, and the insects and the pesticides are bioaccumulating. So there'll be more in the baby bird than there were in a single insect, and it can have pretty significant impacts. Next slide. This is my just like rodenticides, a big no. Herbicides, big no. This is in particular the class of let's move on. There's a particular class of insecticides that I'm having another
neonicotinoids.
Neonicotinoids. Thank you. That's what this is like. It's supposed to remind us all that neonicotinoids are particularly bad. They have really devastating effects on bees, and end up in our food chain as well. So next slide. I'm going to just skip over this because Aaron's going to be covering that next. Next slide. We've got a couple of slides here. Next slide. Next slide. This is my garden. So here's what to do, right? Plant natives, keep your cats indoors, avoid pesticides, provide water, leave your leaves, treat your windows. And I think the most important thing is to tell your neighbors. Don't just do it, but explain to your neighbors why you're doing it, because that's the more people we can get to do it, the better it is for birds.
Can I say, Glenn, I would love it if Golden Gate Bird Alliance would like make a sign just like this that we could put out at all the tour gardens. I would love to have that in the future. It could go right in the front so that everybody knows.
That sounds great. Well, remind me after today.
Yeah.
Because I'll forget now. Next slide. I don't know what this is. Next slide. There we go. Oh, just another plug that my house will be on. This is my garden this morning. And because it's a brand new planted, planted last year, lots of plants from Pete. I would say about probably half of the plants, and so they arrived in 1 gallon plants, 1 gallon pots. They are more than twice as big as they were when I planted them, but they're still pretty small. And so right now my garden looks primarily like an annual garden. These are all Larner seeds, natives. And I tried as much as possible to have things that are really native in this region, but there are a few interlopers from elsewhere in the state in my garden. Anyway, thank you for tuning in, and let me see if do I have a minute for questions, or?
I think not, but if you can stay on, can you answer questions in the chat, Glenn?
Yes, I can.
So Glenn, that was so interesting. Thank you very much. It was great to hear about what we can do for birds. There's just so many things that we can do for birds, I think, that are just not that hard, like to quit spraying pesticides. Like I haven't used pesticides in 35 years. I don't miss them. My garden looks great, not using the rodenticides. But okay, I'm going to push on now, say thank you very much. And you can see Glenn's garden on Sunday, May 5th on the Bringing Back the Natives garden tour. So I'm going to go now to share my screen. And here, all right. And so now the Contra Costa Water District is a longtime sponsor of the Bringing Back the Natives garden tour, and I have really enjoyed collaborating with their dedicated and hardworking staff over the years. If you live in the Contra Costa Water District service area, you'll be pleased to know that you can receive a lawn removal rebate of $1 per square foot, up to $2,000 total. The district's rebate now allows you to get paid for removing your back lawn as well as the front, which is really a great new benefit. The Contra Costa Water District also offers a fabulous landscape design assistance program. In this program, customers can receive a free 2-hour consultation from a professional landscape designer to help explore ideas and make recommendations on the layout, plants, and other features that may work for your front yard. Visit ccwater.com/lawn-to-garden to find out more. To show you an example of the kind of assistance you can receive through the district's landscape design assistance program, this was designed by Kelly Marshall. She's one of the designers on their list. This is Dan and Lisa Winkett's garden in Concord. It was on the tour last year. And this is Kelly's own garden in Clayton, which of course she designed also. So we're going to go now to Erin Deem. So let me start by saying that Smithsonian researchers report that bird glass collisions likely kill 600 million birds in the United States every year. Birds used to crash into my windows, and birds likely crash into your windows also, even if you don't know it. So this is my big picture window here on the right-hand side, and you can't really tell, but there's an exterior screening on it that has just stopped the bird collisions against that window. And then my husband and I put in double hung windows and the rest of the windows around the house, which we hung exterior screens on, and that has also stopped the collisions. So Erin has been dedicated to creating habitat for birds for many years. She has worked to create a network of native plant pollinator gardens at a number of city parks in Berkeley. She has been an advocate for the installation of bird-safe windows, and in 2023 and before, Erin attended more than 50 City of Berkeley planning and design review meetings advocating for the adoption of bird-safe principles in new construction. And in 2023, her advocacy resulted in the adoption of new bird-safe glass requirements in Berkeley's building code. And Erin's latest push is for the an effort to daylight Strawberry Creek in Civic Center Park in the heart of Berkeley. And I wish you success with that project. In 2014, Erin and her husband began converting their own yard into a native plant garden, and they have now seen 25 species of birds and a dozen species of butterflies in their own garden. So today, Erin is here to show you about the steps that they have taken to make their windows bird safe.
Excellent. Can you hear me, Kathy?
I can hear you, Erin.
Fantastic. Let me share my screen and get it going, and we'll make sure the image is coming through. Okay. Okay. Can you see that, Kathy?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much.
Okay, very good. And let me hide the controls. Okay. So thank you so much, Kathy, for the introduction, and to everyone for attending today. My talk is how you can make your windows bird safe. And I wanted to start by giving just a couple of shout outs. First to Kelly Hammergren. She's been a critical ally in our campaign for native plants and bird safe glass here in Berkeley. And then my husband, Keith Johnson, who has been on the team to transform our yard into native plant habitat and now is our expert bird safe installer. And also the Golden Gate Bird Alliance for initially authoring the Bird Safe Berkeley Ordinance and seeing it through to the very, very end. So, okay, let's get started. Here's the agenda for my talk today. First, I'll give an overview of the problem. Then I'll review some of the guidelines for solutions. And finally, I will share some of the bird safe treatments that we've applied to our own home. Now, this has actually been mentioned a couple times already, but so you've already heard about this, but 5 years ago, in September 2019, a groundbreaking study was released and it looked at bird populations since the 1970s, and the results were unexpected and shocking. The scientists found that the number of breeding birds in North America has declined steeply. In fact, since the 1970s, and I was alive then, I imagine many of you were too, more than 1 in 4 birds has disappeared. And we've heard this number, that's almost 3 billion birds. So I always like to think about how things are, how does it all relate to the bigger picture? And so to put that into perspective, 50 years ago, there were 10 billion breeding birds in North America. And that's illustrated on the left in this chart. And if we follow the red line down to 2020, we see that the number is now down to about 7 billion. And to quote the director of the Cornell Lab of Ornithology, John Fitzpatrick, this is a staggering loss that suggests the very fabric of North America's ecosystem is unraveling. So some pretty heavy words. And even common birds are disappearing. But we can do something. And what can we do? Well, the Cornell Lab of Ornithology has outlined 7 simple actions we can take to help birds. And Glenn Phillips just gave us an excellent presentation on one of these actions, and that is to use native plants along with some of the other solutions and actions we can take. And now we'll talk about how to make windows safer. We know there's many factors contributing to bird declines, like habitat loss and development and agriculture. So why do we talk about windows? And again, this is a number that we've mentioned already, but that's because bird glass collisions are responsible for a loss of up to 1 billion birds each year in the United States alone. And as this article says, glass facades are the main culprit for billions of annual bird deaths. And as new homes and businesses continue to be built, unless we take action, the number of deaths will only grow. But the good news is that this is one problem where we can address right now. Kathy showed the photographs, and where we can have an immediate positive impact. So people often ask, where are most of the collisions happening? What kinds of buildings? And many think that skyscrapers are the biggest problem, but data show that they contribute to less than 1% of all the fatalities. Mid-rise buildings, those that are 4 to 11 stories tall, account for 55%. And finally, and this is kind of a big surprise to a lot of people, 44% of the collisions, so that's almost half of them, they actually happen at the low-rise buildings like businesses and our homes, and that's really why we're here today. So this begs the question, why do birds collide with glass? Well, there are several factors, but there are 2 primary ones. The reflection and transparency. With reflections, Birds see the reflection of the vegetation, the trees, the bushes, or the sky, and they think they're real. They fly towards the image, but they crash into the glass instead. And the ironic thing is, as we're adding all this habitat around our homes, that habitat can often be the same level as the windows of our homes. So they can actually make our homes a little more dangerous. The second reason is transparency. Birds cannot recognize glass as a solid object. They see through the glass, perhaps at vegetation or sky on the other side, and they try to fly to it. But instead of reaching the trees or plants, they strike the glass and are sometimes mortally injured. Commercial buildings often include additional threats like rooftop glass windscreens. These are incredibly popular right now. And that's the photo on the left. Or skyways and walkways and glass walls. And that's the photo on the right. Many people have told me that they've heard or seen a bird strike on one of their windows, but the bird flew away, so it must be fine. Unfortunately, that's not usually the case, and I kind of want to dispel that myth. Up to 50% of bird collisions leave no evidence at all. So there are many more collisions happening than we realize. And what people don't see is what happens afterwards. Birds can hit glass at speeds of 25 to 30 miles an hour. Many of them suffer concussions or internal injuries. And if they fall to the ground stunned, they're vulnerable to predators. And if the bird flies away, there's a good chance it will succumb to its injuries days later. And if a parent bird is harmed, the young may not survive either. But again, this is preventable and we can take action. My talk today is about window and glass, but I want to share one slide on light pollution. That's because it's a significant problem too. And that's because many birds migrate at night. And unfortunately, artificial light at night can draw birds into our urban areas where they can face many threats. Some things we can do to minimize light pollution is to make sure that exterior light fixtures are fully shielded and on a timer or motion detector. We should avoid bright lights, use amber tones, avoid the cool blue light bulbs, and lastly, pull blinds and shades at night. So now let's talk about solutions. One of the main actions we can take is to make glass visible to birds. There are many ways to do that. New glass can include screens or incorporate patterns like etching or fritting, and that's the photo on the left. Down below is existing glass. It can be retrofitted with a wide variety of treatments, and that's what we're going to talk about today, like screens, paints and markers, parachute cording, tapes, dots, and films, and that's just to name a few. And you can see a few of these treatments in the photo on the right here. And one note about UV ultraviolet treatments, and I learned this recently, that actually not all birds see in the UV, so they don't actually protect all species of birds like raptors and pigeons. Plus, it tends to be quite a bit more expensive, so for us, the UV was not really a consideration. Here are the guidelines to ensure that visual markers are effective. Treatments must be applied on the outside or exterior surface of the window. Markers need to stand out, have strong contrast, and be no smaller than 1/4 inch. The entire glass surface needs to be covered, and the markings need to be separated by no more than 2 inches by 2 inches. Now, the image here shows the 2x4 width, which is for songbirds, but there's newer data, and we're trying to protect all birds. So 2 by 2 inches is now the accepted standard, and that's to protect especially the hummingbirds, the smaller birds. Here's a diagram of a double pane window. I thought it might help to emphasize that treatments need to go on the exterior of the window. So that's sometimes called surface 1. And if treatments are applied behind surface 1, so on surfaces 2, 3, or 4, it's likely that they may be ineffective. And that's because the reflections off of surface number 1 will prevent the birds from actually seeing them. Here are some treatments that are common, but are often not effective solutions. And on the left are decals. And even if they are applied on the exterior side, they often are not effective because they're spaced too far apart. They don't adhere to that 2 by 2 rule, so birds still think they can fly through. If you think about a bird flying through a tree, they can fit through the small spaces in between the limbs. And on the right are interior treatments, including blinds and shades, and they often don't work. And it's again because of the reflection. The reflection off of the glass keeps the bird from seeing what's behind it. So where can we go to select some treatments? Well, the American Bird Conservancy is the authority on bird safety, and they have a very helpful webpage. The web address is simply abcbirds.com. And of course, Audubon Society and Golden Gate Bird Alliance also have some fantastic resources. The ABC website even has a database for different kinds of treatments. You can slice and dice the products using different criteria. And here I've got it filtered for homeowners and retrofit glass. The database only includes products that they've tested and rated for effectiveness, which you may want to consider when selecting treatments for your home. This effectiveness is called the threat factor, and it ranges from 1 to 100. And in a nutshell, the lower the score, the less likely a bird is to strike the glass, so the better. So it's kind of like golf, you want a low score. And I can share more details about that during the Q&A if folks are interested. But here you can see that there's a list of 36 products for homeowners that want to retrofit glass, and oil-based pen is listed at the top. Now I want to share with you some of the treatments that we've applied to our own windows. You know, when we're approaching this as if our home can be a demonstration house for bird safe treatments. So we're treating all windows, but not everybody needs to do that. Even though every window is a threat, we suggest starting small. If you know which windows have had bird strikes, start with them. And if you haven't heard any strikes, there's probably some still happening. Start with the windows that are especially reflective of vegetation and maybe the sky. And lastly, we do understand that cost is an important factor. So just a heads up that that information will be at the end of the deck after we've reviewed some of the treatments. First, our external insect screens. Several of our windows are traditional double hungs, and they came with these. And we're thrilled to have them because they're an excellent treatment. And Kathy had mentioned that too on her windows. So they're long-lasting and extremely effective with a low threat factor of 1. You know, I really couldn't think of any cons, but maybe for some folks, the screens, they're not really crazy about the aesthetics. Here are 2 photos from our home from the outside and the inside. Now let's look at something that people may not know about called Akopian blinds, and they're named after the man that came up with the design. This is actually the first window that we treated. We had 2 separate warblers strike on this window, and we had taken each bird to our local wildlife rescue, and so thankfully they both survived. But we really couldn't stand the thought of our window harming another bird, so we took action. These are Akopian blinds or bird savers, and they're one of the cheapest options available, and their website has fantastic DIY instructions. You can actually order them from them, or you can DIY. And if you want to build them, it just requires a trip to the hardware store for some parachute cording. And in our case, we used a piece of PVC trim across the top. But also, if for those who have been in the Scouts, if you know how to do knots, you can actually just do an all rope treatment. The blinds last a very long time, and they're fast and easy to install. They're very effective with a threat factor of 5. Here are 2 photos from the outside and the other from the inside, looking out onto our backyard. And I really like the photo on the left because it shows the dangerous reflection of our tree. You can kind of see it through the cording. And we put these up a couple of years ago, and you know, at first we did notice them, but after a few days, they just kind of blend into the background, and they actually kind of sway. They're kind of relaxing, and they're also called Zen curtains. So now let's switch gears and look at film.
It's really a piece of cord that's tied to a rope, and the cord just hangs and moves in the wind. Is that correct?
That's exactly right, Kathy.
Okay.
Yeah, it's actually, they have some great videos, how you can just make it yourself. Or like if you're good with knots, you can just have the rope across the top and then have the cording hanging down at the intervals of 4 inches. And 4 inches is actually effective even for hummingbirds, they said, for this particular treatment. Okay, film. So these windows are covered with a white perforated film, and you can see out just fine from the inside. but from the outside, it looks like a solid surface to a bird. And these two photos show them from the outside and then in the lower right from the inside. The film's manufactured by Kaleidoscape, and the model name is guaranteed because it is so effective at preventing bird strikes. The threat factor is just 3. You can see in the photo here, our homes are close together. So we chose this product to give us privacy during the daytime. And we put it on both the upper and the lower windows. It was really easy to install. It just took a spray bottle of water, a squeegee, and a box cutter. And to do this side of the house took us between 4 or 5 hours. We kind of had to get into the groove because we were doing it for the first time. Each sheet did have a backing on one side, and we had to peel that off and throw it away. So there was a little bit of waste. But now let's look on this is the north side of the house. And now let's look at the south side. So here on the south side, we used the same perforated film, but we chose one of their tinted colors. This is charcoal. And Kathy, I think you have the charcoal on your home too.
We do have the charcoal on our big picture window. That was when I introduced Erin. That was our window that has charcoal Kaleidoscape screening on it.
Yeah. And we really like it because this is actually our driveway side. So people come up and down the driveway, and the gray color is really not very noticeable at all. It kind of just blends in, almost looks like a regular window from the outside. And as an aside, these perforated films are very helpful with energy conservation. And they actually help reduce the heat gains by 50 to 60%. And it does reduce the amount of light in the interior a little bit, but not that much. And we actually don't really even notice them now. And frankly, it's completely worth it to keep the birds from striking the windows. But here's the most exciting thing about the perforated film. And that is you can have a photograph printed on the film. We chose a woodpecker and gray hair-streaked butterfly that we had photographed in our back garden for the windows of our back door. And honestly, we are absolutely in love with the tree. I love to go out. This is our back door. I love to go in and out of it now. And in the slide here, the photo on the right shows what it's like to look out that door. And you might see there's a bird bath just 6 feet away from our back door. And in the past, we didn't want to scare the birds, so we would actually keep our blinds down. But now we leave the blinds up and we can come and go up and down our stairs, and the birds don't see us, and we can just stand there and watch them bathe and splash. And honestly, it is such a joy. We just love it. Okay, now we decided to try a dot pattern. There are many choices out there, including Feather Friendly and Kaleidoscape. And here's an action shot of Keith installing Kaleidoscape sheets of dots. And we decided to go with a sheet because we thought since we were doing the whole side, it might be faster, but at this point, I'm not actually sure it was. The sheets are 1 foot by 5 feet, and the dots are 1/4 inch in diameter with 2-inch spacing. The dots are a little less effective than the Acopian blinds in the perforated film, but they're still very good at preventing strikes. One thing we weren't crazy about with this kind of sheets was that it did generate a bit of waste because there's 2 layers of backing for each side of the dots that you end up throwing away. Here's a photo looking out of those very same windows. It was a very, very sunny, clear day here in the Bay Area. And so one thing we're now learning is that there's the outside facing of the dot, which is white, but also the inside of the dot is white. And so it is a little bit bright when the sun is really strong, but when there's cloud cover at all, it completely blends in. So again, at first we noticed them, but now we don't really see them. And honestly, we actually think they're kind of handsome from the outside. I have about 3 more, Kathy, okay? Now we wanted to try another kind of dot, one that was actually dark colored on the inside. And I don't know if I can point. I don't know if you can see my cursor here. So this is the inside looking out, and you can see it's kind of darker color. And we want to see what that's like visually for us. So we purchased a product from a Kaleidoscape, and it's called their High Performance Dots. It's made from the same material their film is. The dots are a little bit bigger. They're a 1/2 inch in diameter. And then you can see here, they come on a roll with a single row of dots instead of the sheet. So you can choose the spacing on your window, but of course 2 inches is best for the hummingbirds. You know, we actually purchased this for our window just recently, so we haven't installed it yet, but we're really excited to put on the windows, see how long it takes, and how it looks from the inside with the dark colored dots. Feather Friendly is another excellent product. We haven't installed it on our windows, but I wanted to be sure to include it today because it's effective and affordable. It comes in several different formats. A single roll of 1/4-inch square markers, and it's kind of different, or a sheet of round dots. There's all these different choices. The photo on the right here shows someone applying the DIY, that's the actual product name, DIY version, which is a single roll of square markers. And the threat factor is good at 23, and the product is rated to last at least 8 years. And by the way, for all these products, I just want to encourage anyone to go to YouTube and look at installation videos. There's all kinds of people have put these treatments on their windows, and that's exactly what we did. We would go watch a few videos, and we got all kinds of great tips and tricks to help us apply them, and then know what it would be like to apply them. Okay, here's the last treatment we'll apply. This is homemade artwork on a window, and it's extremely cheap. And depending on the pattern, very, very effective. And we found this a fantastic website that outlines exactly how to do this. It actually goes back to FLAP in Canada, which is one of the bird organizations out of Canada. And it includes how to print and use patterns like this bird you see here in the lower right. And that's for those of us who are not very artistically inclined. And of course, this could be an absolutely fantastic project for children to mark on their windows. The website suggests using oil-based markers, and they actually show a Sharpie, an oil-based Sharpie. But tempera paint or soap can work just fine too. And this could probably make it the cheapest solution of all. Finally, we know that cost is a consideration. So here's a table of these treatments and the cost for each, going from the least expensive at the top, the markers and the Acopian blinds, to the most expensive at the bottom, which was the custom image film. We include the cost per square foot, and then the cost for a 3x4 or 12 square foot window. That's actually a pretty big window. Most of our windows are not that large. And as you can see, the cost ranges from $10 to $83 for a 12 square foot window. And, in the end, we'd like to have all the windows treated because every window is a threat. But again, just a reminder, you may want to start small and focus on just a couple of windows that you know are the most problematic. And I actually think for our back door, I looked it up, the door is like 2 feet by 5 feet, and I think that was around just $55 in the end when we paid for it. And which depending on people's budgets, that may or may not work for them, but it's quite a bit of joy. So thank you all that you do for birds. And I hope that this information is kind of introduction. I hope it was helpful and inspiring. And I hope that you all feel empowered to take action to protect your windows, protect the birds from our windows. So I think I'll stop there, Kathy.
All right. Thank you very much, Erin. That was a fantastic presentation. And I want to thank you for not only putting together, but also for the cost information and for showing us all the different varieties. So we're back here again at my picture window on the right-hand side. And I saw that somebody had posted like, I don't really know if I like the looks, but I have to say the Kaleidoscape charcoal screening, which is what you see here, it's just a screen. Like we don't see it at all. And we remodeled our house in 2020. And in the 6 months prior to our leaving, 3 birds that I know of hit our windows. And, it's just horrible. And we were putting in even more windows when we remodeled it. And we were determined that we were going to solve this problem. We were not going to make it worse. So we chose double hung windows specifically because we could put in exterior screens. We put on the Kaleidoscape screening when the scaffolding was up, because this is a second story here. And we have had no bird collisions since we moved back into the house. We work in our home. I work at home. So, I'm home more than more people. Like you might not think that you're having bird collisions, but it could be happening when you're not at home because there's still all that glass sitting there when we're out shopping or working or whatever. So I want to say it was easy to do. And it's just been such a relief to know that our windows are not a hazard anymore. Erin, would you be able to stay afterward and take questions on Zoom?
Yes, I would. And I'm actually scrolling through them now in chat. Sorry, I wasn't able to keep track of them. I see Yes, I'll stay on.
Great. Well, thank you so much. And you can see Erin and Keith's home on Saturday, May 4th, if they live in Berkeley, on the Bringing Back the Native Garden tours. And you can see all these treatments on their windows. And Erin and Keith will be giving a talk as well. So I hope you're able to go there on the 4th and see it. So if you would like help designing and installing a native plant garden, you might want to contact 4 Dimensions Landscape Company. 4 Dimensions is an award-winning landscape company whose motto is restoring the earth, one garden at a time, and whose goal it is to bring people and nature together. 4 Dimensions creates well-planned, carefully crafted environments that enrich both human and natural life. You can call on 4 Dimensions to design, build, or nurture your garden, and you can reach them at 4dimensionslandscape.com or at 510-893-1999. If you're enjoying this program and haven't had the chance to make a donation yet, I hope that you'll do so now. We rely on contributions from people like you to keep offering these programs. It takes more than a year to coordinate each garden tour, and we have costs to cover. An anonymous donor has generously offered a $500 challenge grant if these funds can be matched with donations from viewers. And I wanted to let you know that Golden Gate Bird Alliance has offered a partnership to the tour where if you will donate $500 or more, it can be a tax-deductible donation set aside in a fund for the tour. You can just email me at bringingbackthenatives.net. My information is under contact us to get the information that you would need to do that. So we'll go now to the Watershed Nursery. And this is a fun photo of the entrance to the Watershed Nursery. If you've been there, they're located in Point Richmond. You'll know that they have cheerful and welcoming signage. The Watershed Nursery is a woman-owned native plant nursery founded by Laura Hansen and Diana Benner in 2001. Their team grows hundreds of species of California native plants with the highest level of phytosanitary best management practices to prevent the spread of harmful pathogens into our backyards and natural spaces. You can visit the Watershed Nursery to learn more and see what's available. The nursery is open Tuesday through Sunday from 10 to 4. You can shop in person in their large outdoor nursery in Point Richmond, or you can place an order for curbside pickup. If you're looking for a practical gift for a friend, consider purchasing a gift certificate. You can reach them at sales@thewatershednursery.com or at 510-234-2222. So we're going to go now to an HOA success story from lawn to native plant garden. This will be given by Stephanie Falzoni, a longtime colleague. If you live in an HOA, you might know that it's not always easy to get a native garden installed on the property. So let me just turn it over to Stephanie now. I'll stop sharing. Hi, Stephanie. Thank you for joining us today and for also being a garden ambassador all day long.
Oh, happy to do it. Okay, I will get my slideshow going. And then do my screen share. Hold on a sec. See if I remember how to do that. Let me move this up. A little rusty on. There we go. Okay, is that looking all right?
It looks great. Thank you.
So let me make sure I got my, and I won't be able to see the chat while I'm talking, so hopefully people will help out with that. So this is an HOA managed landscape, and I'm going to just start with, who am I and why do I know anything? And then the setting where this is, and then talk about the phases of this transformation. And I think a lot of what I'm going to talk about today is going to be applicable whether you're in an HOA or not. So I grew up in Alameda, so I've been in this lovely mild climate here for a long time. I have some degrees in environmental science, conservation biology, so I got to experience, LA and Santa Barbara environments, habitat restoration class and experience in Santa Barbara, but I really got into the native plants here when I was a camp counselor in the Marin Headlands, and then volunteered at the native plant nursery there on the weekends. There was like no cell service there, so I spent a lot of time outside. And then in 2012, 2013, I was an intern with the Students and Teachers Restoring a Watershed, or STRAW program. So I really got to just fall in love with the California native plants, and I was excited to get to bring them into the space where I live. And then I worked on a program called Plant Right. The goal of that was to stop the sale of invasive plants in California at nurseries. And then now I'm a project manager, and my work is related to aquatic and riparian habitat restoration. So I do bring that project manager tendencies to where I live now. And then I really learned a lot from going to the Bringing Back the Natives tour starting in 2018. And then from watching the videos, especially the ones about keystone species, really got my species list in my mind going. So now I'm going every year, so we love it. And then, so the setting here, so this is a condominium complex in Alameda. It was built in 1974. There's 15 units, so it's not really that big. And there's mostly owners. The HOA board's 5 people. I never thought I'd live in a place with an HOA, and now I'm on the board of one. So it just goes to show you never know what's going to happen. So we've got this front garden kind of in 4 sections, but it's kind of narrow. So, you know, not a huge amount of space. There's no small children that live here. No dogs currently, but plenty of cats around, which has been definitely a topic today. We don't have deer, rabbits, or gophers, and we're not in the wildland urban interface. So like wildfires is not something we really have to worry about. And we have really sandy soil as well. This is what it looks like pre-transformation, and different people had been managing this landscape over time. But, you know, kind of this style of this thin strip of plants, and then lawn. So it was very what I would call Alameda 1970s style. So lots of Japanese maples, camellias. There's like 9 of them. These clivias. A lot of these established plantings, some things that I frankly don't quite make sense, like planting a camellia under an overhang 4 inches from a building. Yeah, some interesting stuff going on here. It's been managed by various people, and I think, you know, yeah, we've got these, not my favorite, Pennisetum rubrum. I'm happy to no longer look at those. And this rose, so I think that this photo speaks for itself. And then Mexican feathergrass, definitely not a plant I wanted to see. That was a plant I was trying to stop the sale of, and then here it was. I don't know if it got here by the wind or if someone planted it, but I definitely wanted to get rid of that. And then this is just the courtyard when we moved, when we were first looking at the place, and people were pretty much just planting whatever they wanted. So it was kind of a mix of all kinds of stuff. We got this Opuntia here, which is quite a beast, right by, you know, walkways and someone's patio. You know, this house plant, but yeah, really some difficult places where there's plants that are having to survive under an overhang where they get, you know, no rain and they're in deep shade, really close to buildings. And then, you know, the only people who walked on this lawn were the guys who mowed it. The sprinklers were overspraying like crazy. They were set to go off every day. It was driving me nuts, frankly. So the first thing I did was just get in charge of the irrigation timers and decrease the frequency of that. And then I also started to make an inventory of what was here, just to understand what we were working with, and just observing too how the sun moved in different areas throughout the day. And so this was phase 1, starting small. So I started small and in the worst looking place possible. It was the easiest place to get going because this area that's right by the exit driveway had been pretty much wrecked by a plumbing project. So, you know, no one was going to miss this, and there was really nothing going on here. So this is where I got started with this Ribes sanguineum spring showers, and then the hummingbird sage and beach strawberry underneath that I think I'd seen in a tour or somewhere. It inspired me to do that combination. But we still have the lawn here. So this is it's grown really well together now. And I mean, the Ribes is partly under the overhang and it's still doing pretty well. And, you know, no one was going to miss these Pennisetum rubrums. Pretty easy to get rid of. Some of these, Mexican Heath we have kept for now. And then some of them we did get rid of. And then in that funky overhang I was talking about, the Heuchera Douglas Iris combination has done really well. So if you've got kind of a tough, shady, dry spot, could be a good option. So yeah, that was the easy part, I would say. Adding some other stuff in the courtyard, getting rid of things that were frankly pretty ugly. Doing the courtyard was more of a challenge. People had some things they cared about here, things they'd planted, and people, if they didn't come to the HOA meetings, which all owners are invited to, your input didn't get maybe didn't get to be part of this. So this is what it looked like before we started working. You can tell we've got some pretty big things growing. This Japanese maple not doing so well. I would say it was chaotic. I think this Pennisetum undulatum was planted by some birds, but a lot happening in here. And then the spider plants, I was told, were planted to keep the cats from using it as a litter box. But they were getting fried in the sun. Just weedy grass, pretty messy. So I started getting rid of those. And then we had our gardeners remove all the other big stuff. And then they capped the sprinklers because they're too old to convert. So I hand watered it for a while, but we're in the process of getting drip set up so that I don't have to be spending as much time taking care of it. So this is what that looked like once most of that got cleared out. And then there was a memorial cat hydrangea that thankfully the person who this belonged to let me move it across the way, and now it's happily growing in a shady area. And then this is what so we got a garden consultation from Sandra Naval-Lee, so thanks Sandra for that. And then anyone who wanted to was invited to that meeting. Only 2 people showed up. We did, come up with some ideas, and then I used Google Slides and some creative screenshots to kind of make a mock-up of some things and tell them about some plants. And then we got plants during the plant extravaganza from Sandra. We got a mulch delivery from Be Green. And then I did all the plantings in here in the mulching, and then I did have some help in the front. And then we do have our holly leaf cherry. It's hard to see. It's pretty small, but it has grown a decent amount. So this is what that looked like kind of, right after it was planted. And this is what it looks like now. I took this in like yesterday. So we do have our water feature and kind of our native half and our, mostly non-native half. I did manage to put a giant chain fern and a lady fern in here. And if there's pond maintenance questions, we can answer those in the chat, but there is a filter system. And I don't add any chemicals to clean the water. So, there have been questions, why not just make the whole courtyard native? I think from this photo, in the next one, you kind of understand why. If I, immediately said, let's get rid of all of these, I think people would run me out of town. So, choices had to be made. But in the future, my unofficial policy is that anything non-native that dies will not be replaced by a non-native plant. It's going to be replaced by something native. And then this is the native half where I sow a bunch of wildflowers, and other things have just been reseeding. So it's gotten really colorful in the past couple weeks. So now on to phase 2. This was getting rid of the lawn. We also did get rid of that Christmas tree eventually, but the most surprising thing about this is that I was not the one to bring it up. So I feel like that doing that smaller part kind of just showed people what they could have if we got rid of the lawn. I didn't have to, force that on anyone. It was a bit of a process to figure out, okay, now we want to do this. Who do we work with? What's the budget? So, took some time to figure that out. And I actually found someone through the California Native Plant Society Facebook group. I was like, wait, that's a planting in Alameda. Who is this? And so that's how I found Suzanne Carter, who we ended up working with. So I met her, and then we decided to proceed. I got a budget to work with that was approved in HOA meeting, and off we went. A little more unconventional way of doing it, where I think I was more involved than most normal people would be. But so we did the East Bay Mud rebate. And Suzanne and I worked to measure the yard and make the drawings you need for that. And then we did qualify for that commercial rebate since it's a condo complex. And I used some spreadsheets to keep track of the budget, lots of spreadsheets. So I definitely recommend making a spreadsheet like this. You can easily, send your plant list with your water use rating to East Bay Mud or whoever you're getting your rebate from, and just to keep track of what did you need to get, what do you have, where'd you get it from. And then as far as getting input from other people, I basically gave people some amount of time and a deadline to tell me if there's anything they really wanted. It could be just, I want purple flowers. And we got plenty of those. Thankfully, there's a lot of California native options. I think only one thing someone asked for I had to shoot down, and it was a bougainvillea. And they just said, okay. So it was people are pretty hands off with the plant selection. They let me and Suzanne pretty much just, get what we wanted. I had a sense of, we definitely want to have, manzanita, salvia, there's certain things, buckwheats, things, these keystone species I really wanted to have. So Suzanne and I, then we did the drip to, the sprinkler to drip conversion. And, I'd been thinking about plants for years after going on the tour and seeing these videos. So we had a lot of ideas. We came up with a rough design and plant list, getting enough variety and interest for year round, but you also can't get one of everything. You gotta have enough repetition. So yeah, there's our little drawings. And then, I did some shopping with Suzanne at Oaktown Nursery, the Regional Parks Botanic Garden. She did some shopping trips on her own. And then after we got the application submitted and approved, East Bay Mud said it was okay to just stop watering the lawn so it could start dying on its own. And luckily we didn't have any Bermuda grass, and the lawn was already pretty rough looking by the time we sheet mulched, especially in the hottest area. And then we did hire some guys to do the trenching part for the sheet mulching, because there's a lot of perimeter. And we got a big order of compost and mulch and the big giant cardboard roll from American Stone and Soil. And we'd also been collecting cardboard from people who live here. So plenty of, Amazon orders and whatnots. We had a cardboard collection area. So we used, the big roll for these large areas, but the small stuff was great because we had a lot of these narrow strips where the big roll just wouldn't be really good for. So yeah, we did that sheet mulching all in a day. It was a very good, team activity, woman power. It was all 6 of us together. This was after sheet mulching. So this was late September 2022. We did have to get an extra load of mulch just to finish that 3rd section. And this is at the end. This is to prove, I had to take this to prove. We did move all that mulch in one day. It was pretty amazing. And then in early October, we planted. So not much time between sheet mulching and planting. So of course, lay everything out first before you get digging. And then, so yeah, we did save a lot of money by having, people who live here do, a lot of that sheet mulching and labor, because Suzanne doesn't have a crew. So we were the crew for the most part. And then those other guys we hired to do the trenching. So this is just where we got our plants. It was a variety of sources. It could be hard to find everything you want in one place. And you might think you want one thing, and then you go to the nursery or the botanic garden sale and you get some other ideas. So, things did kind of evolve a bit. So we converted, it was 1,342 square feet. So we did the super rebate. We got really lucky. It was when it was $250 a square foot because of the drought. So it was about $4,000 in the rebate in total that they'll to take off our water bill. And we also got the median rebate for for this area, which is only for the commercial properties. That was, I think, $150 a square foot. So just some East Bay Mud rebate tips. For the plant list, sometimes I gave myself a couple options in case something wasn't available, like, couple cultivar options. You're supposed to just send the whole list ahead of time, but we're at the Regional Parks Botanical Sale on a Saturday morning. I can't text them for permission or email. You got to just buy the thing there. So that was fine. You just make sure it's low water and send them an updated list. It's all good. And then I'd say don't be afraid to just ask about certain things. Like Juncus, there's no Juncus at all, but Juncus patens is rated low. So they're like, yeah, okay, you can have that. And then a couple things like the Armeria marittima is medium in wood calls, but because of where we live, they're like, that's fine. And the Heuchera maxima as well. So, don't be afraid to just ask questions. We had to ask for like a 10-day extension. It was all good. They were easy to work with. And then there's an in-person inspection at the end. But always they're always available to ask questions. And then we got the really rainy winter, so I'd say our timing was very lucky in that we got extra, drought rebate money, and then everything got watered in very well. So just ongoing maintenance, how we're continuing to take care of this. All these oak leaves I get from our neighboring, like right next door, there's a giant coast live oak, and my neighbor lets me take the leaves that fall into the sidewalk because otherwise they're just going to go in a green bin. So that's one place we get some free mulch. And then, since we didn't have a lawn, there was no mow and blow. So, I really needed to find someone that knew how to maintain these California native plants and help make decisions as the garden evolves over time, and also know how to maintain, non-native plants, because we do have quite a few of those. So that was a bit of a journey. This is the shady zone right now. And we had to find someone who, could work within our existing budget. It couldn't cost any more than it did before. So, after talking to a whole bunch of people, all kinds of estimates, we ended up finding Alexandra Ashton at Urban Flora Landscape Design. So Suzanne recommended her because Suzanne ended up becoming the owner of Oaktown Nursery, which is great. So when we need plants, we know who to go to. But I needed someone with a crew for maintenance. So Alexandra and her crew have been here. This is the garden a few days ago. So I'm really glad I found someone I can trust. Being able to trust who you're working with is really important. And they also did some things we didn't have time for before, putting these stepping stones in the hill strip here to kind of direct the foot traffic, installing more moss rock for the cats. I also used some Japanese maple tree prunings. This is part of my cat strategy as kind of, deterrence. And then we still need some leaf blowing, mostly just blowing the leaves off the sidewalk and pads into the garden. But we have someone here who gets paid to do some other things. And then it's very fun to use, honestly. So we have a leaf blower just accessible in the laundry room here that we use just to, the leaves are being used on site, but they just need to be off the paths for people to walk. So that's kind of how we're doing it. The weekly maintenance is done by me and this other person who lives here. And then Alexandra and her crew are working more on a quarterly as needed basis. So we don't have like set days set up, but it's been working well so far. And then just some things we deal with that, the turkeys, they're not that big of a problem. They fling some mulch around. I just said, hey buddy, can you not pick up all the little baby phacelias? And then he just walked on his merry way. Sometimes they take a nap in there. It's fine. But yeah, the cats have been a bit of a challenge. So and people. I did end up having to put up a little fence because there were a lot of people and dogs walking in there. So just something to prepare yourself for if you're in an area where there's people walking. It's not a perfect solution. Somebody ripped some of it out for some reason, but it's a lot better than it was when things were getting peed on and stepped on. And for the cats, mostly my solution has been these rocks we had in other areas, and I just put them here, and strategic placement of moss rock, I'd say like dense wildflower plantings, and then some areas I've decided are just kind of ones we can let go a bit. So that stuff is annoying. And then I remind myself what we're doing this for. So this is just, shots of all the bugs, and there's been all kinds of birds, but the little tiny bees we've raised. This monarch, came from our milkweed. I got to see it right after it emerged. We got ladybugs, we got, bees making more bees. So, that's been really exciting. And then, this is the other thing that brings me joy. People have talked about how the garden's constantly changing. There's always something, new and beautiful to see. So if you're doing a project like this, definitely don't forget to take before pictures, because you will forget how ugly and bad things used to look. And it's really interesting to look back on and, document those seasonal changes. That's something I'm trying to do now. And I have a Google Photos album that I have all the garden photos, and I'm really trying to track what's in bloom when, because it's just so fun to go out and notice all of that. So I hope you got some inspiration and learned some things. So thank you for your time.
That was terrific. And not only because you did this in an HOA, but it's also just anybody could use the ideas that you did for your project and how to design their own home garden and how to make it not a cat litter box. And and how beautiful it is. You just did a fantastic job.
Thanks, Kathy. Here, I'll stop share so I can see stuff in the chat. Oh yeah, the turkeys.
We're running a little behind. Stephanie, would you
Yeah.
mind answering the questions in the chat?
Yeah, absolutely.
So let me say that we have two HOA presentations. They were actually Native Plant Resource Team Zoom meetings that were so terrific on, one was Stephanie's and two others on groups that had put in native plant gardens in HOAs. That has been turned into a video that will soon be uploaded to the Garden Tours YouTube page. And the other was a talk by Rebecca Pollen on why it's so hard in larger HOAs in particular to get native gardens installed. So that's also being turned into a video and will be put up on the Tours YouTube channel. So if you live in an HOA, you might want to subscribe to the YouTube channel, and you can see those videos soon. That was such a great presentation, Stephanie. Thank you so much for doing it.
Happy.
All right. So I'm sorry, I actually passed over Pete Veilleux. I think my slide must have skipped a screen. No, nope. Well, I don't have a cover slide for Pete. So I'm just going to stop here for a second and say, Pete, I'm very sorry that I passed you over for your 12:30 talk as we had planned. So Pete is my friend and a talented landscape designer and installer. Over the years, many of the gardens he's designed and installed have been on the tour. You can see a portfolio of his work on the Bringing Back the Native Garden Tours website under Find a Designer. Pete is the owner of East Bay Wilds Native Plant Nursery in the Fruitvale district of Oakland. The nursery is open on Fridays. It will also be open for the upcoming Native Plant Extravaganza on Saturday, April 27th from 10 to 4. And Pete is giving a talk there, I think, on how to choose shrubs and trees at noon. A percentage of all the sales made that day on the extravaganza go to support the tour. So let me stop sharing and turn it over to Pete. And is Pete with us? Hi, Pete. I can't hear you as you're, are you unmuted? Oh, well, thank you for coming back from Mexico and then so quickly turning around and getting ready to give a presentation for us today.
My pleasure.
Okay, let me just hand it over to you, Pete.
Okay, now I'm trying to get this to be full screen. Can you see what I'm looking at?
No, I see your nice face.
Okay. How do I get it onto the presentation I have in front of me onto it?
So you're going to go back to your Zoom screen where you can see my face and Kathy's face.
Yeah.
And then you're going to put your cursor towards the bottom in the middle, and you'll see a bright green box with an up arrow in it that says share screen.
Okay, so can you just say that over again? I'm sorry.
Of course. So you see the screen where you can see my face.
Yeah. See.
And you're going to hover your cursor towards the bottom, and something that pops up that says mute, stop video participants, and then share screen. And it's green, like plants. There you go. Now you're going to want to hit slideshow at the very top, a little bit down. So it says home, insert, draw, design, transitions, animations, and slideshow. Yep. And then you're going to want to hit that. Yep. And then click from the beginning on the left, like Genesis. There you go. You're all good.
Yay, good. Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Hi, everybody. So you can see it okay in the chat. These things aren't in the way there?
They are not. We just see your screen. We don't see any of the chat stuff.
Okay, great. So I kind of think that a better name for this, or at least a subject that is a little bit more to my heart is how to maximize our public spaces for wildlife value or habitat. And I think that it goes beyond just trees. Trees, we're starting to see, they can be mandated pretty well. They can be, by different municipalities. And we're making a lot of progress. There's also a lot of there's quite a few good presentations that I saw online on trees, and they cover on native trees in the sidewalk strips and public spaces, which I was really happy to see. I hadn't seen them before. So including on the Bringing Back the Native site, there's some very good ones. I tried to cover things that are a little bit different than the ones that were covered in these other ones. So I really want to encourage people to experiment as much as possible in public spaces and sidewalk strips. Beyond sidewalk strips, you have, parkways. You have a lot of wide sidewalk strips in a lot of areas, especially boulevards. And so you have a lot more room in a lot of spaces. And I really think that what we need to be doing is maximizing our public spaces for wildlife value. And that's beyond trees. It's shrubbery, chaparral, vines even, and shrubbery of all types. So anyway, here's a couple of Monterey cypresses which have grown together here really nicely over the road. I just like that. So the reasons why we need to be doing this are varied, and they've been covered here by quite a few people in all these great presentations I've been watching. But suffice it, every native tree in our urban space is like having a giant air filter along with food and habitat for thousands of critters essential for the healthy functioning of our ecosystem. I really want to encourage, I would say more than anything, hedgerows rather than just single trees here and there. I'm covering mainly single trees, but really hedgerows, I think, are the way to go in our public spaces because they provide such enormous wildlife value. And those include grasses, forbs, trees, shrubs, etc. And a good combination of deciduous as well as evergreen, which is important. And I think it can be done really well. Here is a landscape that we've worked on with some mature manzanitas in the sidewalk strip, and even a strip where we're having bracken fern here. We're encouraging it to fill in this whole area. Bracken fern is one of those things you have to be careful with in the garden, so a very restricted space like this is perfect for it. Here's a refugio. Manzanitas are my specialty. I just love them, and I love working with them. Here's one in our sidewalk strip, which is a very toxic strip, which gets a lot of traffic and a lot of stuff dumped on it. So it's amazing that things have done so well there. So manzanitas, there's quite a few of them that do surprisingly well in sidewalk strips. They don't need all that much space for their roots, and they do produce really well. The ones that we've had the best luck with are Arctostaphylos manzanita, like these ones. These are Mount St. Helena's. They do need pruning, not very often, but occasional pruning. These ones are very, very large. These are Mount St. Helena Arctostaphylos manzanita, the common manzanita. But they are slow. Here's right around the corner from my house in East Oakland, and this is not a very successful planting of natives, but they are natives and they are huge, and they are being allowed to grow up into the lines, the telephone lines, for the most part. These are incense cedars that are just enormous. You can just remember we have the largest trees in the world here in California, and to use them in landscapes can create very large problems as well. So you got to be careful. Here's some very unusual redwoods I found over in the Rockridge area. They've been pruned to be like lollipops, but giant lollipops. Here's one around the corner from my house that was planted about 30 years ago. And it's just incredible that they do as well as they do with so little space. This one is, I don't know how tall, but probably about 75 feet tall. And it's only 30 years old. But it does create a lot of problems. Bays, that's our most common tree in the wild around here. And they do provide a lot of wildlife value when there's space, but they get so huge unless you were to prune them. They can be pruned into a hedge and kept as a hedge, but you can't forget to prune them for a couple years because they'll just grow way out of control. Although there are ways to get them back under control fairly easily as well. They do have wonderful fragrance. They're actually pretty resilient to the city conditions. And they're very fragrant. Here are ceanothus growing in the sidewalk strips here. Ceanothus, they're absolutely beautiful for a period of time. They are good wildlife habitat, but they are not all that long-lived. This one in this sidewalk strip is still alive after 20 years, but it's starting to really decline, so it needs to be replaced. And that's something we need to start looking at. We're not going to find trees that are going to be one size fits all for sure. I mean, that's definite. And one of the things that a lot of our plants in California are adapted to wildfire, so they don't have a very long lifespan. Ceanothus, quite a few of the really blue ceanothus are some of those. Although I do know some that were planted 100 years ago and are still doing fine, but not the blue ones. More the Sierra ones and the white ones. It's just a great, beautiful size and gorgeous color and fragrance for a period of time. And they are evergreen. But they're very easy and inexpensive to replant, especially if you can get your municipality to agree to not start with a really large plant. You start with a really large ceanothus and you're gonna cut quite a few years off its life. Start with a small plant and allow it to grow. A 1 gallon, a 5 gallon is fine, and you can get a very good street tree fairly quickly with care. Here's a really beautiful one with a red background I found in Berkeley. Vine maples are wonderful, and they're actually pretty. If they get a little bit of shade, especially if they get like morning sun and then afternoon shade, or vice versa, you can have beautiful vine maples. And they're very unusual shapes and sizes, and they can get quite large. Here's a little sidewalk strip in Berkeley that we worked on that has desert olive in the back, and in the front, the red is the brown dogwood, which is fairly drought tolerant for a dogwood, and it turns beautiful red leaves in the summertime, and then the bright green leaves and the yellow flowers of the desert olive is one of my favorites for street trees. Desert olives are great. And here's another one that works really well. I'm going to get back to desert olives in a minute. But mountain mahogany, it's a local tree, and it does very well under almost any condition. They can be pruned easily. They get to the right size and shape for many sidewalk trees. I always prefer multi-trunked for most things. And people are used to seeing single trunks, but it's one of those things that I think we just need to change people's aesthetics and beliefs a bit. Here's the desert olive on the left in flower, and they do attract a lot of pollinators. Then the mountain mahogany on the right there with all the silver seed heads. I did have some in this last photo here. These are the silver seed heads that last for a long time in the summertime on them. They're very attractive. And they do spread around the neighborhood. So, as we've seen. Western redbuds are probably some of the best sidewalk strip trees to grow, but I do really prefer the multi-trunked, as in the one on the left side here. I love the leaves. The leaves they are deciduous, but the leaves provide a really good, really nice grade of light comes through them. Here's a single trunked one in Berkeley that I'm not as crazy over the single trunked ones. I like them more as and I think birds do too, prefer the multi-trunked, the real density of them. Bird nests are found much more often in very dense hedgerow type plantings. So my aim here is to give people an expanded palette of trees and shrubs to use in our public spaces. And we really want people to think outside the box and experiment. It's so easy to write off some plants. And here's one of the ones that easily gets written off. And what a gorgeous street tree this one has turned out to be. And I've seen them as beautiful street trees in many places. This is the California buckeye. And this is a very large one. And you know, people when they're discussing street trees, generally you don't want ones with great big huge baseball-sized seeds that fall. But you know what? They're really not so bad, because when they fall, they have a really thick cushion of this rubbery, what do they call it? The covering, the husks on them. So it's like a very soft ball hitting any surface, and they don't hurt. So although they can be quite large, they are poisonous, but so are many of the plants that we have. Many of our exotic plants and native plants are poisonous, but very few things actually get poisoned by buckeyes because they're extremely bitter. They get spit out very, very quickly by all dogs and anything that puts them in their mouth. So before any venomous effects can take place. So. And for the size of this one, there is some uplift here, you see, but it's not that bad for the size and age of this tree. It's really not that bad. One of the great things about buckeyes is that they self-prune wherever they hit resistance, like against a house, or when they're even going up against another tree or something, they stop growing in the direction where they come into contact with something that they're rubbing on. So they do self-prune quite a bit, and they tend to really fill whatever size of an area and shape of an area you give them. Here's their perfect parkway tree. Here's one in Berkeley, and it's still very young, but it has the room to really grow and spread here too. Blue elderberry, you don't see these very often, but we do have a couple of them right down the street from the nursery. Here's one on the left there. This is just a few houses down from the nursery. And here's one on the right is also close to the nursery. And they're just beautiful, incredible wildlife plants. They do drop a lot of stuff, but nothing that stains. They do attract a lot of wildlife. They're covered with bees right now. I was just noticing yesterday. They have a lot of flowers and bees right now. The berries, they do get eaten by birds, and they're also wonderful to cook with as well. The Catalina or island cherry, this is the Catalina Island version of our hollyleaf cherry, which is local around here. But this one grows very tall, very big, very quickly. And it's a good evergreen screen. They can be pruned into almost any shape you want. Once again, I like them as multi-trunk trees, and in parkway strips, when they're being cared for by city landscape folks, they tend to be made into all lollipops. Pretty much all trees do. And that's something that I hope that we're able to affect a little bit and get people to expand their view of what is beautiful and acceptable in landscape trees. So here's more hollyleaf cherries that you do have to be careful a little bit, because the seeds that they drop, these cherries, they do tend to stain concrete purple. And personally, I like purple concrete a lot better than gray concrete, but there are people that don't. So be careful with that. Here's one this is a good example of thinking outside the box, because laurel sumacs have been, we've been told for many, many years that they do not grow here in the Bay because it gets too cold. Well, this is something that has changed, and here's one that we had at the nursery. It grew into the fence too much, so we had to cut some pieces out, and then it blew over in the big wind and rainstorm we had recently. But this was a beautiful shade tree for many years, that people always congregated underneath it because it kept the rain off you. If it was a light rain, it was filled with bird nests all the time until the raccoons discovered it, and then it was filled with raccoons for a while. So, but it's a beautiful evergreen tree. The laurel sumac, these get in the wild, they don't get very big. They only get about 8-9 feet around. This one was 35 feet around. So I think it was the largest one on record. I'm not sure, but I think so. And these grow down south, but they sure do attract the wildlife here. Oaks, I wanted to mention oaks because they are such a high wildlife value and they can withstand almost any conditions you give them. They are grown a lot as sidewalk trees around here, I discovered, and with different degrees of success. You know, some of them, in the coast live oaks even, if their roots are restricted in, you know, in more than just a sidewalk strip, if they can't expand sideways at all, they tend to stay a lot smaller for many, many, many years. So there are uses for them. Blue oaks in general stay much smaller and can deal with conditions even better than the coast live oak. And I didn't think that these worked all that well here inside the Bay Hills here, on the coast side, because you don't see them all that often. But I was surprised to find that they do very, very well here. And they do stay a little smaller. Here's one at a landscape that we did in Alamo over here near Danville. And here's a blue oak that was left, and the whole landscape was designed around it. This big rock here it looks like a rock, but it's not. It's a jacuzzi on the other side. But we filled it with lichen and Dudleya and stuff, so it did look pretty natural, very natural. Black oak is another one that has done surprisingly well on both sides of the hills. You see a lot of them around Orinda and the eastern side of the hills, and they do great there. They have beautiful new foliage, beautiful fall foliage, and just beautiful structure. And they tend to stay a lot smaller than coast live oaks, although over time they can get quite big. I do like the structure and showing that what they look like in the winter time too, because there's just a lot of beauty in oaks throughout the year, even the deciduous ones. And there's a lot of things that grow around deciduous oaks that don't grow around evergreen oaks. So coast silk tassel, that's another perfect size plant. The one issue with them is that they are very slow. So I always tell people, get as big a one as you can to start with, and you'll have good results. This is one that we planted over 20 years ago, like 22 years ago at a place in Oakland here. The toyons, they make great trees for the sidewalk trees. More shrubs, and less trees. And I do like I like the multi-trunk ones a lot more than the single trunks. However, they do really face some issues around they tend to over time get infected with what is it called? My mind is blanking on it's a rose disease anyway, that affects them pretty badly. And once they get it, generally they're not very good. However, we have found that the Davis gold toyon is very resistant to this disease I can't think of the name of right now. And it's also very beautiful and great for wildlife. The Davis gold is a very good plant to use too. And I think that with more experimenting, I think we'll get more toyons that are more resistant to this disease. There's just so many around that I think we will get that. The cypresses, we have a lot of cypresses in California. They do amazingly well as street trees. Here we have Santa Cruz cypress on the left. And in the front, you can see a small Guadalupe cypress there and another Santa Cruz cypress in the back right there. This is here in Oakland. And they do amazingly well with the air pollution of our urban environments. A lot of trees and shrubs and stuff can't take all the exhaust from our vehicles and stuff, but these have done incredibly well. These are only been in the ground for about 10 years. This is in West Oakland. Here's another one. This is a rare Santa Cruz cypress. And then here's a McNabb cypress on the right, which is more gray and stays smaller, and the Santa Cruz on the left. The Monterey cypresses, there's lots and lots of different. Those ones are ones that have been in landscaping for a long time, so people have been selecting them from the wild for a very long time. Therefore, we have ones that can grow to any shape and size you could ask for. And the other ones, and as in so many California natives, we have not been selecting from the wild for very long at all. So the potential there for a lot of our native trees is tremendous. We just have to do a lot more experimenting, selecting to find the right sizes and shapes for different environments that we have. So, and here, we believe that a tree is better than no tree, but please do us all a favor and avoid the following landscape faux pas. And this is just for a chuckle. The girdled mold forest right here is one. And then the amazing thing you can do with shrubbery, which is done a lot in my neighborhood, but why? And then the queue of miscreants that you see here. That's just a little to be on the light side, but please keep experimenting and working with natives, and let's try to fill all of our public spaces with natives. One more thing I'd like to add is yesterday I asked a few neighbors here who are not very familiar with native plants, but I asked them what percentage they thought of the trees that we have around here, particularly in public spaces, are native. And they thought that it was like 60-70%. You know, 50 to 70% is what the people I spoke with yesterday thought. And I think a lot of people think that, but really, I think it's less than 1%. You know, not counting trees, there's probably, you know, 5 or 10% at the most. But as far as all vegetation, it's got to be way less than 1%. People don't really grasp how incredibly strong and powerful the invasion of species has been here in California and in the Bay Area in particular. And it's very surprising when people find out that they actually often have 0 native plants on their sites, when they've thought all along that they had all these native plants. They're all invasives. So anyway, that's what I had to say. Thank you for listening, and have fun.
Thank you so much, Pete. Thanks for giving that presentation, and it was terrific that the audio visuals went smoothly today. That was nice. I wanted to say that a group of volunteers has been working on developing a draft native street tree list that can be put forward to city officials to ask them to formally agree to plant more native street trees. It'll hopefully be coming out before too long. We're getting comments on it now. And also, if you go to the Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour website and look under the Doug Tallamy section, you'll find a very nice list of native trees that was drawn up by arborist Brett Desmarais. Not all of them are street trees, but they're labeled if they're trees for parks or trees for riparian areas or trees for the street. So you might find that useful. So Pete, thank you so much for joining us. Can you take questions online now?
Yes, I'd just like to plug our nursery as well. So we do have a native plant nursery here in East Oakland, East Bay Wilds, and we're open on Fridays. And as Kathy mentioned, also we're going to be open on Saturday, April 27th.
Yeah, so. East Bay Wilds is great. He's got a beautiful garden area and lots of garden art and a fantastic collection of manzanitas and also ceanothus. Pete gives great talks. He'll be giving a talk at noon, I think, on April 27th on selecting native shrubs and trees. And he was also the star of the Monarch planting milkweed for monarchs video yesterday, which if you missed it, you can find it on YouTube on YouTube in the future on the Tours channel. Thank you very much, Pete.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen and see. Okay, so the Alameda County Water District offers a rebate of $2 a square foot of lawn removed and replaced with water efficient landscaping, up to $3,000 for single family residential customers. Alameda County Water District customers must live in Fremont, Newark, or Union City to be eligible. Landscapes must have low water use plants covering at least 50% of the converted area, cap or remove sprinklers, and projects must be pre-approved. You can save water, money, and support local fauna and pollinators by installing California native plants. Learn more and apply at acwd.org/rebates. Residential customers who purchase and install a WaterSense labeled weather-based irrigation controller can receive a rebate of $82. These controllers use local weather information to tailor irrigation schedules so that you only irrigate your landscape when needed. WaterSense certified controllers use 20% less water, save energy, and perform as well or better than other conventional controller models. You can learn more about them or about discounts on Rockio 3 smart sprinkler controllers at acwd.org/rebates. We'll go right now into a short video on Delia Taylor's garden. Delia and John live in Berkeley. You may know Delia. She was a staunch board member of the East Bay chapter of the California Native Plant Society for many, many years, and a longtime volunteer at the chapter's Native Here Nursery. As you'll see, she also has a beautiful garden. So let's go now and look at Delia Taylor's garden.
Delia. It was exactly Hi, welcome to our garden. I'm Delia. It was exactly 40 years ago, in August 1980, that we saw the house that had the garden that became a native plant garden. My husband John is a mycologist and was hired at UC Berkeley as an assistant professor that year. Here he is with our grandson Rowan, who made him this painting for his 70th birthday. When we first arrived, John plunged himself into work, and it was my job to find a house. My mom came to help. We drove around looking in areas where we might like to live. We saw an open house sign in Berkeley. It was a cute house, kind of Spanish style. We went in. I saw the price tag and turned around to leave. It was probably too expensive. But my mom went up the stairs. She looked out this window and she called out, "There's a creek here." And there really was a creek, and it had running water, and this was August. I was amazed. Both John and I are from Southern California, where natural running water is very special. We found out its name, Blackberry Creek. We bought the house because of the creek. This slide shows the garden now after a big restoration 9 years ago. The taller trees are California Bay and Coast Live Oak, and all are native to site. Both John and I have botany degrees, and we love native plants. So because of the trees, we decided that the garden should have mostly California natives. Sometime in the early 1980s, I saw a poster like this on Solano Avenue advertising a California native plant sale at Merritt College. It was one of the only places you could buy native plants in the East Bay. The sale was run by the local chapter of the California Native Plant Society. I joined at one of these sales and eventually became an active member. Here is one of the oldest plants from those sales on the left of the bridge. It's a ceanothus about 20 feet tall. It's called snow flurry. It's popular with the birds and the bees. Another plant from those sales is our silk tassel bush, called also very tall. It blooms in the winter and glows when the sun shines on it in the early morning. The flowers carry only pollen. It's the male plant. You'll be seeing the female too. We enjoy these two oldest plants very much and still have a few others from those sales. I've met many native plant enthusiasts through my involvement with the Native Plant Society. Happily, one of them is David Bigham, the landscape architect who designed the new garden. Here he is with Carlos Castellanos, the contractor. This photo was taken from the roof. David gave us a formal design for our mostly informal native plantings, as well as much-needed people places that we find much more comfortable than what we had in our old garden. We use the garden a lot more now. Another person I met is Kathy Kramer, whose Bringing Back the Natives garden tour has been going for years. This year there was a Zoom talk. by Douglas Tallamy, an entomologist. We've all heard about the decline of insects, and with that, the decline in birds. It turns out that from the perspective of insects and birds, native plants are better, and local native plants are best of all. The link to the talk is on this website. Local native plants have been grown for a couple of decades here at Native Here Nursery in Tilden Park. Most of our new plants came from here. This is a before photo of the two of the mounds. The walls and the benches were made from rocks and flagstone from our previous do-it-yourself attempts at landscaping. Mounds are good for natives because there is good drainage. 9 years later, in August, many plants are finishing their season and drying out. Those are sedges that look like dried grass. We like growing local natives because we get to know them throughout the seasons and can identify them along trails in their various states, from their leaves, their flowers, or fruits, even when they are going dormant. This is what the area looks like in springtime. The sedges are green. There's a lot going on. There are native grasses, white brodea, purple bluedix, yellow grandelia, buttercups and checkerbloom, Douglas iris in the back, golden aster with an emerging buckwheat in the center. The buckwheat takes over later in the year. A fieldcrest butterfly visiting the golden aster. Soaproot lilies, bluedix, and a carpenter bee. You'll be seeing more bee photos because I took a class about native bees. In early July, the buckwheat is coming into its own. The pink flowers are called Farewell to Spring. We have a bed with a few shooting stars and hound's tongue that bloom in February. Both go dormant after blooming and start again when the rains come. This is typical for many herbaceous native plants. The same bed has California aster blooming in the summer. Back to August. In the pathways and people places, we have gravel instead of cement or flagstone. Gravel is a great place for annuals to germinate. In the center of the photo are some tall annuals. They are tarweeds, and they come up here every year. The flowers are small and open only in the early morning. Tarweeds are sticky and fragrant, probably to keep from being eaten. The Latin name for these tarweeds is Madia sativa. The seeds are very nutritious and were an important part of the diet of the Native Americans and are good food for birds and small animals. We see towhees, sparrows, and juncos searching for them in the gravel all through the winter. This is another annual tarweed, Madia elegans, with a native bee. This Madia also produces nutritious seeds, and both Madias make many seedlings. This is where editing comes in. Editing is essential in this kind of garden. One year, I let the Madias grow in just a few places. This year, I let them grow at the top of the stairs and down into the creek. When the seedlings are small, it's easy to remove them. I let this one grow under the table. The poppies would take over the yard, but this year they are allowed only below the steps. These white brodeas have done well in the gravel. Buckwheats also plant themselves around, and the bees love them. Yampa also seeds itself around. Yampa has a native bee. Going around the garden, we have mostly shrubs and trees that you would find in the East Bay. This is a pink flowering gooseberry blooming in the winter. It's bearing fruits in the summer. This is a wood rose. These are ninebark flowers. It's a common shrub in Tilden. It loses its leaves in the fall. It's also in the rose family. We have blue elderberries and someone is eating them. It's too early for the hermit thrush. He comes in the fall, but there will be some berries left for him. Behind the bay we have hazelnuts and thimbleberries. That is not a tree in the center of the photo. It's a native grapevine that planted itself here. I tried to make it stay on the back fence, but instead it found its way to the top of the bay tree. We know it's fruiting because the grapes are knocked down. I was told that if you have a grapevine, you will have western bluebirds. And we have seen bluebirds along the street in the last few years. Maybe it's because of this vine. This is a young western bluebird in the neighborhood. Along the east side, we have the female silk tassel bush. It was pollinated by the wind from the male flowers. Those are her fruits. This is an Anna's swallowtail resting in the plants in January. This is Sonoma sage. I love the fragrance of the sages. California fuchsia in the fall. A view looking back at the house in March. A blue flowering ceanothus, lemonade berry, and the chestnut tree. There are hundreds of flowers in each inflorescence. Only a few develop into fruits. Birds, butterflies, and squirrels love the California chestnut tree, and we do too. The Douglas iris put on a show in April outside our kitchen window. This bed of annuals by the creek was started about 4 years ago. They make a great display in the spring. Our family is into bee watching too. I think this is a leafcutter bee. She stores the pollen under her belly, not on her legs. Alas, this is what happens to annuals. I collect the dry vegetation in paper bags. The seeds fall to the bottom for sharing, and there are many left in the ground for the birds and next year's crop. This is a view looking up the creek. The property line is filled in by a large hazelnut and the chestnut tree. This is the sunny side of the creek. Some of our neighbors don't want any plants in their creek, but of course we do. This is a torrent sedge and monkey flowers. This is a stream orchid from Watershed Nursery. The plants in the creek die back completely in winter, so they get no damage from rushing water. There is a moist bank that has cardinals, monkey flowers all summer, and verbena. Looking down the creek, we can see some of our neighbor's yard. We have a creek dogwood there and black twinberry. The black twinberry has flowers from spring to fall. This is a common plant around Jewel Lake in Tilden Park. Hummingbirds come to it. There is snowberry here and in other parts of the garden. There's a good fishing spot here too. The ferns planted themselves from spores. Everyone asks what happens when it rains. The water never gets much higher than this. After the water dies down, it's a good time to look in the creek. This time I found a basketball. The sedges and rushes on the bank stay green. They get washed but not washed away. We are so happy to have places for people. This is a party of mycologists here in Berkeley for meetings. We'd love to welcome you too to visit the garden. Thank you. We have mostly
Kathy, you're currently muted. You're currently muted, Kathy. We weren't able.
Okay, I was afraid that was the case. Now I'm unmuted. So Delia wasn't able to be with us today. She pre-recorded this presentation. She has a lovely garden in Berkeley, near kind of near the Zachary's Pizza, just to place it. I've been seeing this garden for probably 20 years or so now, since before they renovated it with this new design. And it is just one of my favorite gardens. It's beautiful and so interesting. Well, we will go on now. Let's see. So why am I not advancing? Do you know?
Kathy, did you want Cooper to speak for a minute?
Yep, I do. I'm going to get through this and I'm going to introduce Cooper. Thank you for the reminder, because I could have shot past it. But hang on just a second. This is the last request. If you haven't yet had a chance to support us, I hope that you do. We rely on funding that comes in from people who enjoy the tour to allow us to keep going. An anonymous donor has generously offered a $500 challenge grant if these funds can be matched with donations from viewers. You can support the tour on the tour's website under Please Donate with your credit card or PayPal account, Venmo at Bringing Back the Natives. You can mail a check. And our address is on the website if you need it. Donations of $500 or more are now tax deductible thanks to a partnership with Golden Gate Bird Alliance. And please email or call me for details. You can find my contact information at bringingbackthenatives.net under Contact Us. So before I start the next presentation, I would like to introduce my colleague, Cooper Marcus, who's with Quit Carbon. So Cooper, will you tell us a moment what you do?
Certainly, would love to. Thank you, Kathy. And thank you for such a wonderful event yesterday and today. It's just been so inspiring. I'm Cooper, the chief quitter here at Quit Carbon, one of our small team of electrification experts. We're here to help make electrifying your home, decarbonizing it, switching from polluting, dangerous, and expensive fossil fuel appliances to cheaper, better, more comfortable electric appliances like heat pumps. We're here to make that process easier, less expensive, less complicated, less confusing. We are an advice and analysis service. We are not a contractor. We won't sell you anything, and our services are free. We're supported by the U.S. Department of Energy, by local cities and utilities, and by the contractors, because for some of them, many of them, it's also confusing and difficult to navigate home electrification. So it's a great partnership. We participate in the Electrified Home Tour that's coming up in a few weeks, I believe. I'm looking forward to meeting some of you in person there. And I do hope you'll choose to come to quitcarbon.com and avail yourself of our free award-winning service. Thank you so much, Kathy.
Thank you. So my husband and I had a consultation with Cooper and some colleagues at Quit Carbon when we had questions about replacing our heat pump, our hot water heater with a heat pump water heater, and they were very helpful. Their services are free, so I hope you take advantage of them. I want to say that transitioning from gas to clean electric heating and appliances is a key step toward addressing climate change. Electrifying your home has lots of benefits, including health benefits for you and your family, and ultimately cost savings. And this next presentation from Kathy Simon will tell you how she went about it and why. I want to tell you that I'm delighted to be showing you this next presentation, as Kathy Simon was, and I still am, a homeschooling parent, and we met when our sons were in middle school. Kathy's son, Unai, is now working on his PhD at Stanford, and amazingly, he's studying the impacts of cooking with gas stoves on our health. And these two New York Times articles are about the research that he and his colleagues are conducting. So it was exciting to be so close to this research and to actually have met one of the scientists who's working on this issue. So note the headline, "Study Compares Gas Stove Pollution to Secondhand Cigarette Smoke." That was one of the things that just pushed me over the edge. I had a beautiful Wedgwood stove that I was really hesitant to part with. But when I saw articles like this, I realized that it just didn't make any sense to keep the gas stove in our house. So before we start, let me say that you can visit Kathy's fully electrified home and her new native plant garden on Saturday, May the 4th, on the upcoming Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour. and you can talk with her and her graduate student son about how and why she electrified her home. So let's go on now and watch her presentation.
Hi, my name is Kathy Simon, and I'm really excited to be part of the Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour. The talk that I'm going to give today is actually focused on electrifying my home, although I do have a little native garden that you can see right here. But we're going to jump right, and I want to welcome you to my home, but we'll jump right into the talk, which is really about electrifying. And I hope to share my story and also really to make it easier for you to electrify if you're interested. And I'm going to talk about a bunch of different things, hopefully in a quick 20-25 minutes. It's all here, a little bit of an introduction. I'm going to talk about doing all this electrification on a 100-amp electrical panel, how I got going, some ideas about planning ahead. I'm going to dig deep into the new electric stuff that I got, including an induction stove, a heat pump, hot water heater, heat pump for HVAC, my electric vehicle, also brief moment on solar panels and some thoughts about where to start and other resources. So I hope that gives you a bit of orientation to the talk. You know, one of the main reasons I'm excited about electrification is that it is one of the ways that we are able to make a difference as consumers. And I'm not much of a believer in just the power of individual action, but I do think that this move towards both planting native plant gardens and also speeding the transition to clean and renewable energy sources is a way that we can have real impact on both on our health and the environment. So as a citizen and a homeowner, it's a move that I was really excited to make. There's also ways to do this, even if to get involved, even as renters. So as a citizen, I want to say that my sense is that the most powerful way that we can work to fight climate change and to protect the environment is by electing leaders who will fight climate change and protect the environment. It's far more important, powerful, stronger lever than we have as individual consumers. And so if you are committed to fighting climate change and to helping protect the environment, I invite you to join me in jumping into this year's election in the US by contacting voters in all the ways that we do that, and certainly by contributing to organizations that do direct voter contact work. And I'm not going to say any more about this, but if you're interested in that work, I'd love for you to reach out. Today is going to be focused, of course, on how we can transform the energy we use in our homes and in our transportation, and perhaps aside from the political work we need to do, changing our modes of energy in our homes and our transportation are probably the biggest levers we have. So I hope you'll join in. And you know, one question that comes up all the time when I'm talking with people about my excitement about electrification is, was it worth the expense? And I do want to say that there definitely are upfront costs, but that the changes that we make do pay themselves back just in terms of the financial costs. The costs include, of course, the appliances themselves, and if you need to add new electric circuits. So those costs are real. However, many of the costs I encountered were costs I would have paid for replacing my old gas appliances with new gas ones. So it made perfect sense to me to replace these old appliances with new electric ones. Also, the appliances I talk about in this presentation can repay those upfront costs in energy savings, usually over the life of the appliance. And there are really big rebates now for everybody, certainly in California and all around the country. And those are worth looking into. And beyond those rebates for individuals, there are programs and policies to make electrification more accessible to all as a key element of addressing the climate crisis, because we've elected some politicians in California and of course in the US federal government who have gotten behind trying to make this transition. So, you know, I think the costs are worth considering, but I also want to really put out there that going electric is enjoyable. At first, I thought that trading out gas appliances might involve sacrifices, like why did we have gas if they weren't the better machines? But at this point, I can say that all of the technologies I'm about to talk about are actually cleaner, more comfortable, and more fun to use, that there's not really a sacrifice in the quality of the experience. And I hope that I'll be able to show you some of that in this talk. So I'm going to get a nerd out a little bit here on electricity. But one of the obstacles people have when they think about electrifying their house is that, oh no, you might need to get more amperage into your home's main electrical panel. And I thought that I would have to. Here's my original, I believe this box is the original power source in my 1941 home. And I had 100 amps coming in. And I knew that I planned to add new circuits with 50 amps for the induction stove, 40 new amps for the heat pump unit, 15 new amps for a microwave. I hadn't had one all these years. Another 15 amps for a heat pump water heater. And I threw in a new cedar hot tub for another 15 amps to heat that hot tub. And this is a total of 135 new amps. So you'd think, how could that possibly work on a 100 amp panel? And meanwhile, I had all the other appliances that I already had, including an electric car, washer, dryer, refrigerator, blender, garbage disposal, dishwasher, lighting the lights in the house, the computers. So how could this possibly work on a 100 amp panel? And in fact, could it possibly work? Could I add 135 amps of new circuits to support 5 new electric appliances while running all of the old appliances and charging an electric car all on a 100 amp panel? Doesn't seem like it could work. And in fact, 4 different HVAC companies and 3 electricians, qualified people, told me I'd need to scale up to a 200 amp panel. And of course, this upscaling often costs thousands of dollars for the electrical work, and it needs to be approved by PG&E. So I thought it was necessary and I was ready to do it. And then I have to give a big shout out to Larry Waters at Electrify My Home. This is an HVAC contractor who works on electrification. And he taught me that the amperage of the circuits that you need can add up to much more than the amperage of the main panel. And this is because you don't use all of your appliances at the same time, and you don't draw maximum power from all of them at the same time. And there's a formula, which he showed me, to help figure out how much you need. And it turned out for me, I could get all of this stuff, including charging my electric vehicle, my 2019 Chevy Bolt, and all these other new appliances that I listed before, all running on this old 100 amp panel. So I really want you to dig deep and question if any HVAC contractors or electricians tell you you need to upscale. Of course, maybe you do, but maybe you don't. And I kept my old 100 amp panel still sitting there outside the house doing its thing. All of the appliances run beautifully. I haven't run into any issues with not having enough power. And so I want to suggest that before you size up your panel, talk to an expert on electrification. Home Intel is an amazing source. They are energy coaches that PG&E pays, but they're really working for you as an energy coach if you connect with them. I know the URL is hard to get when you don't have a place to click, but you can just search Home Intel PGE Energy Coach and they'll pop right up. And you can talk to them about the whole issue about the panel. So I want to back up and say how I got going on this whole project. I had an electric water heater, electric furnace, electric gas stove, and I learned about the problems with gas stoves. I had grown up with an electric coil stove. I switched to gas stove and gas oven when I bought my own home decades ago here in Oakland. I bought a stove that was highly rated by Consumer Reports. It was a GE Hotpoint. That's what you see in the picture, and it was good. I thought I loved it. And then it turns out that Consumer Reports was not rating what matters most to me, which is the health and safety of the people in my house. And 2020, my son went off to graduate school, and turns out he started studying indoor air pollution from gas stoves. And that's the van in the driveway. And here are researchers and a bunch of instruments in my living room. And those big machines you see are hooked up to the kitchen, and they're measuring the air quality in the kitchen and in the rest of the house while that gas stove or oven was on. And it was not good news. It turns out that what we've been told is clean burning. Natural gas is not clean. Gas stoves give off these invisible odorless gases. You don't know that this is happening. NO2, nitrogen dioxide, and other compounds that cause asthma, benzene, which can cause leukemia and lymphoma, and which no known level of exposure is safe. And of course, carbon monoxide. These gases were filling the kitchen and the rest of the house, including bedrooms down the hall, while I cooked, when those instruments were measuring, and of course, while I cooked. And those gases lingered in the house, both in the kitchen and in the bedrooms, for hours afterwards. So we've been breathing in those chemicals for years. And this is a story from the New York Times, last summer of 2023. The headline there you see, study compares gas stove pollution to secondhand cigarette smoke. I don't know about you, but I don't let people smoke in my house. I don't want to breathe in the smoke. And it, as this article says, a single gas stove burner can raise indoor concentrations of benzene, which is linked to cancer risk, to above what's found in secondhand tobacco smoke, and even to levels that have prompted local investigations when detected outdoors. So this is to say these levels in our homes can get higher than what would be allowable outdoors, next to power plants and that sort of thing. It was upsetting to me, so I decided to move pretty fast. That's my new induction stove. And oh my gosh, it's not only cleaner, I really love it. It heats up quickly, it's easy to clean. It uses magnets under the glass, not electric resistance, so the glass stays cool. Of course, there are no methane leaks because there's no methane gas there at all, and no gases are being off-gassed in my kitchen, and there's much less fire danger. I created a little video to show you the induction stove in action, and I think it's 2 minutes. I'm going to play that right now if this works.
So I'm excited to show you how the induction stove works. Forgive the mess here, we're doing some painting, but I want to show you some of the cool features of the induction stove. And the first thing is that it is very fast. People love their gas because they say it's fast. I'm going to turn this up to 9, which is the top number, and then there's a P button for extra power. Here's a cup of cold water from the tap. I'll turn on my timer. We'll see how long that takes to boil. And meanwhile, I want to show you some features. People always wonder what pans are okay to use on the induction stove. So anything that'll hold, this is just a refrigerator magnet. Anything that'll hold this magnet is good. Here's a stainless steel pot. This is a green pan, which is a ceramic pot, but it's got a steel bottom. So that works fine. And of course, cast iron holds the magnet great. We use that all the time. So any of those pots will work. And I also want to show you some of the safety features. So I'm going to turn this this hob on, and the pan is going to start to get hot already. If I take it off and feel this hob, and the thing is still on, it's not hot on my hand at all, because my hand is not magnetic. It does not heat it up. So it's perfectly fine to touch here and really safe. You can also see, of course, it's a glass surface, super easy to clean. And here the water has started to boil. That was 1 minute and 7 seconds. I want to show you again the safety feature. The water's boiling here. My hand is on the hob. It is not hot at all outside of the area under the pot. Only the area where the pot is getting heated will get hot. And then finally, I want to show you the responsiveness. We're on this high power setting, but what if I want to take this down from a hard boil just to a simmer? I'm slowly dialing down to find the level I want, and it's there. It's super responsive and quick. That's the induction stove.
So I hope you can tell why I'm excited about it. Super fun to cook on. And there's a great program sponsored by Ava Energy, and any residents in the East Bay are eligible to test drive a portable induction cooktop for free. There are lending centers all around the East Bay. Check out the Ava Energy website, avaenergy.org/induction cooking, and you can sign up to borrow an induction cooktop for free. So I'm going to move to thinking about planning ahead. You know, I moved fast when I understood that there were these bad gases in my house when I turned on the gas. I moved fast to change the stove. But of course, most often when we buy a new appliance, it's when the thing breaks down. And when I started getting into electrification, I was pretty lucky. My appliances were old. And so buying new appliances made sense. I would have faced replacement costs in the near term anyway. I think my hot water heater was 15 or 16 years old, for example. And so I had time before the appliance conked out to choose new appliances with care. And what I want to suggest to you is that if you want to wait until your appliance breaks down, that's fine. But at that moment, you need to move fast because you want hot water, you want heat, and it's so much easier at that moment to go with what's similar to what you had before. You have a gas hot water heater. Of course, it's easy then to replace it with a new gas hot water heater. So I want to suggest that you think ahead, maybe do some shopping now, so when you want to change that appliance, you'll be ready to go. You might even think about installing a new electric circuit ahead of time if you know, for example, that you're going to get an electric hot water heater. So let's talk more about hot water heaters. You know, I talked about the health effects in the kitchen, but of course, there are really significant climate impacts of fossil gas. And I want to say natural gas with quotes around it. It's mostly fracked, which uses vast amounts of water and pollutes that water. And then from the moment that gas is extracted, it's likely to leak all along the supply chain and into our basements. And natural gas is mostly methane, which of course is a very potent greenhouse gas, trapping 120 times more heat in the atmosphere than carbon dioxide does on a moment-to-moment basis. And so because the words natural gas make this gas sound cleaner than other fossil fuels, many people have started referring to it as fossil gas or methane gas. That's what I'm going to try to start doing in this talk as well. And I'm going to show you my fossil gas hot water heater. This is the old one. I had an energy auditor come check out my house systems, and he found a gas leak in my crawl space. This is Peter Possert, and he told me that he found gas leaks in more than 40% of the houses he visited. I thought it was going to be, unusual. And he was like, no, I expect to find leaks. And that when I heard that, I knew that I wanted to move quickly. And as I was kind of lucky, it was an older hot water heater. Anyway, so I moved into Sanco 2 heat pump system, which has this compressor unit outside, and the tank itself is in the crawl space down where I had my previous hot water heater. You can also buy hot water heaters where there's a smaller heat pump on top of the tank, and it's all indoors. You don't need the 2 units. You can explore that question with your contractor. And I also, I went for the Sanco for a variety of reasons, but one was how stunningly efficient it was. You'll see that this is that energy guide range that comes from the government that shows how much you can expect to pay for energy when you get a new appliance. And you'll see that the bottom of that scale there is $191. And the Sanco 2 came in at $161. $161 less than the lower end of the scale. And they have a little note that said they hadn't had time to update their scale because clearly it's at the very bottom, even while it has a really high water capacity, as you can see on that slide as well. So that's why I went for that system, but there are other great systems out there as well. Really exciting news actually is that there are a couple of companies making 120 volt plug-in heat pumps, which this means if you have a plug near where you want to put your hot water heater, you don't probably need to run a new circuit. You can just plug it into the old wall outlet. And that of course saves money and makes the whole process that much easier. So there is a Rheem model and an A.O. Smith model, both that plug in to the wall. I want to move now to the HVAC heat pump. So that was a heat pump for heating hot water. What's super cool about the heat pumps for HVAC, for heating and cooling, is that they both heat and cool. I live in Oakland. We had never had air conditioning and we got along without it, but there are some hot days in the summer, and cooling I think will be really awesome to have. So this unit, it runs one way and it heats, and it runs the other way and it cools. And I'm not going to go into how the heat pump actually works, but let's say that because it actually is able to use heat and cooling from the outdoors, it's way more efficient than gas or even other electric kinds of heaters. And then when you think about that, the energy that's being used is clean energy, the efficiency is just magnified. And people say, well, isn't it just as bad to burn coal at the power plant that it is to burn gas in your home? And the very good news is that our grid in California is more than 45% powered by renewables on average over the year. And that average has been going up year over year. It's similar in other places of the country. And so even if you don't have solar at home, 45% of this electricity is going to be powered by solar or wind or other renewables from the grid. This heat is also cleaner and quieter than the natural gas heater that I had. And heat pumps can be connected to ducts, as mine is, or into the walls or ceiling of a room. You can have individual heat pumps installed. So it's a great option. Keeps the rooms at a comfortable and steady temperature. One kind of word of warning I want to give to is that my experience in talking with a lot of HVAC contractors is they tend to want to oversize the heat pumps, because the last thing they want is for you to call them back and say, you know, I'm cold. So they want to make sure you're warm enough. And I appreciate that. But you don't want to oversize the system. Better to maybe add a little insulation to your house and have a smaller system. It's going to be more efficient. It's going to be less expensive. So again, I want to say it's smart to work with an HVAC dealer who really knows about electrification, or certainly to talk to an energy coach at Home Intel. I'm going to move to my electric vehicle. And I have to say, when I said these electric appliances are just better than the ones that they replaced, I feel this so strongly about my 2019 Chevy Bolt. I don't think I've ever loved another car that I've had, and I love this car. It's fun and fast to drive. I feel safer on the freeway because of the amount of oomph it has. The range is about 280 miles. Of course, it depends a little on driving conditions and the weather, but I get the 80 miles with a full battery. Because of the way the resistance works, you hardly have to use the brakes. You can slow down by lifting up on the accelerator a little bit, and that makes those brake pads last longer. My car is over 4 years old now. I've never replaced the brake pads. And of course, there are no trips to the gas station for gas or for oil changes. You just drive on past the Chevron station. It's a great feeling. And there's really minimal maintenance. There's so many fewer moving parts in an electric car. I'm supposed to rotate the tires every 7,000 miles. And, you know, I sometimes run out of washer fluid, but super, super reliable and easy to maintain. I also, I love this photo. It's not a very good way to show off my garage, but I want you to see that the charger is plugged into this very old wall outlet in my garage. It's not a special charger. This is what's called a drip charge, the slow amount of amperage that comes in from the wall. And I only get 4 miles an hour of charging. So you might say, like, that sounds crazy, but in 10 hours of charging overnight, that's 40 miles. I don't drive anywhere near 40 miles a day, so I only have to charge a few times a week. And this drip charge, the slow charge, is good for the battery life. And of course, if I'm going on a trip and I need a quick charge, there's an EVgo high-speed charger half a mile away. They're all over town. If you do need more charging because you drive at home, of course, you can install what they call a level 2 charger, which will fully charge your battery overnight. But I've gotten by for 4.5 years now, just with plugging it from the wall, with the occasional trip to a charging station. People are concerned about range, so it's really remarkable. Over the 4 years I've had the car, there are more and more charging stations all the time. These are screenshots from Google Maps trying to show a trip to Tahoe or a trip from Oakland to Los Angeles. As I said, my range is about 280 miles, so I'd need to stop to charge once on either of these trips, certainly to land with some miles in the battery when I get to my destination. And you can see there are just many, many places to charge. I only put on this map the charging stations that are open 24 hours a day and rated 4 stars and above, which means that users have found these chargers open and working and accessible and all that stuff. And I have told myself when I got the car that if I needed to rent a car for a longer trip, I'd rent a car, but I'm saving so much money, well over $1,000 a year in gas and maintenance, that I feel like I have a kitty for renting a car if I need one. And rather than thinking about what is that cross-country trip I want to take 3 years from now, where I might feel like there's not enough infrastructure. I wanted to get a car that says it works for me for 98% of the time for how I actually drive, which is in the city. Maybe I head up, as I say, maybe I head up to Tahoe and charge once or something like that. But it's totally working for the way I drive. You know, the other thing I was astounded when I saw this. There's already data in the short time that the number of electric vehicles on the road has been increasing. There's already data that asthma-related emergency room visits are dropping in zip codes that are adopting EVs. The simple formula is fewer gas cars in a neighborhood means that there's less asthma in the neighborhood. And oh my goodness, if there's a reason for us to move collectively to make a change, I think this is such a powerful indication of why we'd want to do this. And the reference for those statistics is in this article from the Science of Total Environment. You know, the other thing, I'm just so happy to say it's time. When I bought the Bolt in 2019, I didn't see many of them around, and I was like, is this really okay? Maybe I should buy another Prius. I had one before, and maybe it's safer to have the two technologies. I want to say that technology is so ready for prime time, and I kind of have taken pleasure now in taking photos when I see parking lots that have a bunch of EVs. So in both of these places, I found 4 EVs lined up in a row. The top picture is up at Point Reyes, which is an easy drive within the range from Oakland. You can get there and back easily. And here's in front of Berkeley Bowl. So many different models and companies now to choose from, and it's happening. It's absolutely time to make this transition. Finally, I want to say that it's a special thrill to me to charge up all this stuff or to power all this stuff using solar panels. Of course, it's not necessary because, as I said, our grid in California is going more and more renewable all the time. But how awesome to power all these things that give comfort and pleasure and practicality to our life with this clean energy right from the rooftop. And of course, there are significant rebates right now through the Inflation Reduction Act. Forgive the typo there. When you have a contractor, please take time and discuss options. There are some companies that really do a hard sell and want you to make quick decisions with pressure and suggest that there's some urgency. I want to invite you to take take a breath and slow down and talk to different companies. For me, some of the companies kind of pressure you to rent, and the math I did suggested it made more sense to buy rather than to rent, even if you buy over time and pay with financing. So you can check that out. I went with a small local company that I felt great about. They're called Save a Lot Solar, based here in Oakland or Berkeley. And I'm almost done, but I want to say, it can be a little overwhelming. I've gone through a bunch of different appliances here and the EV, and where would you want to start? So I want to suggest to you that there are several ways to think about it. As you heard, I started with the stove because the health impacts really moved me. I didn't want benzene and nitrogen dioxide and unhealthy gases in my home. So that's a place to start. But there's also a lot of sense to be made by just going with whatever the oldest gas appliance is, because it's going to break down sometime soon, and go ahead and replace that. Your furnace is probably the appliance that burns the most gas, and so that's a great place to start. And finally, the car, depending on how much you drive, probably is your biggest addition of carbon to the atmosphere. So that is a great place to start as well. All of these make sense, and take it one at a time, do it at a pace that makes sense to you. I wanted to end with this. I found this quotation really unbelievable. It's attributed to Thomas Edison, I was like, really? Did he say this? And I looked it up, and I found him quoted saying something to this effect from several different sources. In 1910, the guy who brought us electricity said that this scheme of combustion to get power makes me sick to think of. It is so wasteful. You see, we should use natural forces and thus get all of our power. Sunshine is a form of energy, and the winds and the tides are manifestations of energy. Do we use them? No. We burn up wood and coal as renters burn up the front fence for fuel. We live like squatters, not as if we own the property. There must surely come a time when heat and power will be stored in unlimited quantities in every community, all gathered by natural sources. Electricity ought to be cheap as oxygen, for it cannot be destroyed. Just so moved to hear him, more than 100 years ago, point to the fact that we have to stop burning stuff. It's not sustainable. It's not good for us. And here in 2024, I'm excited to say it's really doable to stop burning stuff. So I hope this has been interesting to you. I hope you will join me in this effort. And I really appreciate your attention. I will say that I wanted to tape this talk today because yesterday, this took several months to invite them and to get them to come, but yesterday was the day PG&E came out and turned off the gas at the street. That's the photo on the left. The guy is closing the valve there to the gas down right near the street, and you can see the other gentleman is taking away my gas meter because I don't need it anymore. There's no more gas in the house. Thanks again. Oh, I want to show you some resources. This will go by quickly, but you can, of course, rewind. These are places to learn about electrification. They've all been really helpful to me. And then I wanted to give a shout out to the contractors I worked with, Echo Performance Builders, Electrify My Home, and Save a Lot Solar. And I love the fact that Ava Energy is giving out free loaner induction hooktops. So check that out. That is my last slide. And again, I'll just close by thanking you. I hope this was enjoyable. And if you want to send me questions or something like that, I would be delighted to help. Be well.
I thought that was just a fantastic presentation. She was very motivating to me. I want to say that I heartily recommend sunwork.org to get a quote on installing your solar panels and also installing a heat pump water heater. I wanted to let you know that Stephanie Preugel, my co-host, her home is fully electrified. Our Zoom Czarina, Jessica Dickinson Goodman, her home is fully electrified, and my own home is just a hot water heater away from being fully electrified, and we can't wait. Let me go on now to wrap up. That's the end of this year's online tour. I hope you enjoyed it. I'd like to thank our major sponsors one last time for supporting the tour. Really appreciate their allowing us to really produce the programs that we do, and all the other donors as well that have provided funding to this year's tour. And that is the end of this event. Thank you for joining us.